Chapter 8:17. Devers stroked his chin and thought for a moment before saying, "Keep a secret watch on them. Don't alarm them. Report to me immediately if anything happens." "Yes. Amirius, the intelligence you gathered during this period of time has helped the army achieve successive victories. After this war is over, the kingdom will reward you and your subordinates." Devers praised him without holding back. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Amirius had a look of excitement as his eyes narrowed into slits. Devers looked at him and said with a smile, "You must be hungry after a busy day. I'm about to have dinner, so join me." "Ah, this, yes, yes." Amirius was so excited that he began to speak incoherently. At this moment, in the temporary camp of the Roman army outside Prinister city, Rome's dictator Camillus was discussing the subsequent battle plan with his generals. "Lord Dictator, you want us to attack Ostia instead of Rome?" Minucius looked at Camillus in astonishment. Apart from Titus, who was in thought, the other generals were equally astonished. Camillus saw this and said in a deep voice, "To be precise, we should be assuming the stance of attacking Rome, but we will first send our army to occupy Ostia." Without waiting for the generals to ask, he continued explaining, "We all know that it's very difficult to attack a city. Previously, our 70,000 men besieged Ferentinum, which was made up of defeated soldiers and had less than 10,000 soldiers. Yet it took us more than 10 days, and we suffered quite a number of casualties. And Rome has at least 50,000 soldiers of the Dionysian army. We all know that their combat strength is very strong, and Rome's walls are so tall and thick. If we were to attack Rome with just an army that outnumbers them, it would probably be very difficult to recapture Rome." "Lord Camillus!" Minucius interrupted him loudly and called him by his name. "As the dictator of Rome, you have the only power that can save Rome. The citizens are all waiting for you to take back our homeland. You have not even fought with the enemy, and you are already afraid. Are you still the hero who saved Rome? Where did your courage go? Are you still fit to be the commander of this army?" Perhaps it was because of his deep love that Minu could not control his temper, and his face was filled with anger. "Minucius, how can you speak to the dictator in such a tone?" As a relative of the same clan, Aulus immediately criticized the young man. Camillus was not angry. Instead, he patiently explained, "It is precisely because the army we command is the last hope to save Rome that we need to be more cautious. Otherwise, once we fail, it will be more difficult to recapture Rome. If the Dionia can capture Rome in one day, why can't we?" Minucius said angrily. Lucius finally could not help but refute. When the Dionia attacked Rome, most of the people they faced were the elderly and young, as well as the freedmen and slaves. If we attack the city, we will be facing the well-trained Dionysian army. Moreover, according to the reports of the defeated soldiers, the Dionia have made many powerful siege weapons, including many ballistae. Our most powerful siege weapon, the ballistae, was given to us by Carthage." Minucius was stunned and immediately retorted, "Didn't the defeated soldiers say that there are 2 gaps in the southern wall? Moreover, our citizens are still defending Capitoline Hill. As long as we attack the city with all our might, they can attack the Dionia inside the city and then work together to take back Rome. Young man, the siege war is not as simple as you think. Why don't you sit down and listen to the dictator?" Titus advised with a serious expression. Although he was a relatively young senator, he had a high reputation in the army. He was one of the main generals who attacked the southern part of Etruria and played an important role in several key victories. Camillus did not mind. He looked at Minucius with a slightly worried expression, then looked at the generals and said seriously, "According to the previous intelligence, this Dionia army is led by their king, the Devers, who is known by the Greeks as the Invincible General. They have just occupied Rome, and their morale is high. Since they are good at attacking cities, I am afraid that their ability to defend cities is not weak either. Perhaps they are waiting for us to attack the city to dampen the morale of our soldiers, so we must be careful. However, this Dionysian army that has occupied Rome still has its weakness, and its weakness is in Ostia. Camillus said loudly, pointing at the small port city on the map. The reason the king of Dionia dares to attack Rome alone is because he has the advantage of the water. Dionia's warships can transport soldiers and supplies to Rome through the Tiber River at any time. They're not afraid of being surrounded by us, but if we occupy Ostia, even if we occupy Ostia, the Tiber River is too wide and the Dionia's fleet is too strong. It is impossible for us to seal off the entire river. Minucius retorted. Of course we can. If cargo ships want to go upstream to Rome through the Tiber River, they can only rely on trackers unless there is a strong east wind. If we occupy Ostia, we will be able to cut off the trackers. If our ally, Caslera, also takes action on the north bank of the Tiber River, we can basically cut off Dionia's support to Rome, and the Dionia's army in Rome will be surrounded. Titus clearly understood why Camillus wanted to occupy Ostia. Minucius had already agreed with Camillus's suggestion, but he was still trying to find a loophole in the plan. But since Ostia is so important, I am afraid that the city will strengthen its defenses, and the Dionysian army in Rome will also send reinforcements. Titus smiled. Ostia is a small city, and its walls are no more than 3 meters tall. No matter how much the Dionia fortify its defenses, it is impossible to make it as tall as the walls of Rome in such a short period of time. Attacking it is much easier than attacking Rome. If the Dionia send reinforcements, we can weaken their forces in Rome. Titus's explanation not only dispelled Minucius's anger, but also dispelled some of the doubts of the other generals. Camillus gave Titus a look of approval, then said, "In order to prevent the Dionia in Rome from discovering our true intentions in the shortest time possible, it is best to recapture Ostia as quickly as possible with the least casualties. That is why I have come up with this plan." Camillus looked around at the crowd, making sure that they were all listening attentively. He then said, "When our army arrives outside Rome tomorrow, we will start to build camps, block the enemy's exit, and occupy the river port outside Rome. Titus, you will lead the 25,000 soldiers of the colony city and the citizens of the Dionia alliance to the west quietly and quickly attack Ostia." "Yes, Sir Dictator." Titus knew why Camillus emphasized that he should lead the army of the colony city and the alliance. If it was the army of Rome, they would be eager to retake their homeland, so they might resist the order. Even if they obeyed, their morale would not be high. The other generals also understood this. Licinius said with some worry, "Sir Dictator, the Dionia may notice the obvious difference in our numbers and take precautions early. The Dionia are blocked in the city, so they won't be able to see clearly. We can disguise the citizens here and place them at the back of the army to confuse them." Camillus said unhurriedly, "I think this plan can be carried out." Titus immediately expressed his agreement. "I agree too." The other generals expressed their opinions one after another. What if the Dionia discover something wrong and come out of the city to fight us? The quick-witted Minucius noticed a loophole and reminded them, "That is exactly what we hope for." Even if the 40,000 Rome soldiers are outnumbered, their belief in retaking their homeland will make up for the difference. Moreover, we still have troops guarding the Capitoline Mountain. The troops led by Titus will also return in time. The Dionia will definitely be defeated, and we can easily retake the city of Rome. Licinius said confidently. Minucius finally had nothing to say. At this time Camillus looked at him and said, "When we march to Rome tomorrow, we will also send messengers to cross the Tiber River and contact the colony city and the Etruscan alliance on the north bank. Let them cooperate with us. I will leave this task to you, Minucius." "Me?" Minucius was a little surprised. After he contradicted Camillus several times, Camillus still gave him such an important task. "You are the best candidate," Camillus said sincerely. He did not resent Minucius for scolding him. I believe you can urge them to send their troops and control the north bank of the Tiber River. I will definitely complete the task." Minucius answered with excitement and determination. After all, as a young citizen who had only served in the military for a few years, it was impossible for him to lead an army of thousands of soldiers in the upcoming battle. However, he wanted to make a greater contribution to saving Rome, and this task was the most suitable for him. Since everyone has agreed to this plan, then next. Camillus began to make more detailed arrangements for tomorrow's operation. The next morning, the Devers received news from the scouts. Camillus' army was marching towards the city of Rome. Literature Hall. Chapter 8:18. Camillus is finally here. After breakfast, another guard came to report. "Priest Caldus requests to see you." "Caldus, let him in," the Devers said while rubbing his chin. Divers touched his chin and said, "He was very interested in the priest of Hades who came to Rome with the army recommended by Pleasonus because his experience was quite legendary." According to the Greek tradition, the identity of the priest of the temple was usually innate. They were either born into a priest's family or they were appointed by the dying priest. Other people should not expect to take on this sacred profession at all. Of course, the situation was different in the kingdom of Dionia, as the Devers wanted to promote the development of the Temple of Hades in their territory. They selected many servants from the ordinary people who were willing to serve the temple. However, in the end, they had to become priests through a sacred ceremony, personally presided over by the Devers. This was not only because the Devers were also the high priests of the kingdom, but also because he was the descendant of Hades. Naturally, the priests of Hades had the spirituality to communicate with God. Caldus was a Ciliterian, but he was not born in a traditional Greek family of priests. He was an ordinary citizen, but because of the kindness he received from the Temple of Hades, he decided to come to Thurii as a temple servant. After that, the massacre of the Ciliterian city by the people of Syracuse made him study in the temple. After a few years, because he was proficient in the Holy Scriptures and good at communication, he gained the trust of the believers and was finally promoted to a priest. After that, he took the initiative to apply to Cadani to preside over the Temple of Hades. During his tenure, Cadani's believers of Hades increased greatly. He even spread the faith of Hades to Syracuse. Of course, he was also accused of using the money donated by the believers to buy slaves from Cilitheria in the city of Syracuse and give them freedom. So, a few years later, he was transferred back to Thurii, but because of his outstanding performance, he was promoted to the chief priest. This time, before the army set off, Plazinas chose the priests of Hades who had come to Latin to build a temple. Although there was a risk, there were many applicants, because those who could be promoted to the position of chief priest were all believers who had firm faith and wanted to preach for the temple. The reason why Caldus was selected was that more than a year ago, when the Devers presided over the annual Assembly of the Priests of Hades as the high priest, they mentioned, intentionally or unintentionally, that the Latin region in central Italy and Rome might be the next expansion target of the kingdom of Dionia. After that, Caldus went through all the trouble to buy a Latin slave. The main job given to the slave was to teach him Latin, so he became the only one among the priests of Hades who was proficient in Latin and was finally selected. After all, relying on a translator to develop the believers of Hades among the foreigners would undoubtedly increase the difficulty. After Caldus came to Rome, he did not listen to the dissuasion of others and insisted on going deep into the people of Rome to communicate. The Devers had been worried about his safety, but they did not expect him to find them so soon. The Devers immediately stood up and strode out of the hall, unlike how they treated the officials and generals the day before. Caldus, who was nearly 50 years old, had already hurried into the Senate of Rome. He bowed and raised his hands, palms up, and respectfully saluted the Devers. "Good morning, High Priest." Since the establishment of the kingdom, when the priests of the Temple of Hades addressed the Devers, they did not use the administrative title of His Majesty. Instead, they used the highest position in the kingdom's religion, High Priest. At first, it was only a strict rule of the Temple of Hades, but later, other temples in the kingdom began to implement this practice. "Good morning, Priest Caldus." The Devers solemnly returned the priestly salute and said with a smile, "You came to see me so early. Did you find something?" "High Priest, I'm here to give you a suggestion," Caldus said directly. "What is it?" The Devers asked curiously. "Yesterday, you gave a speech in the square about wanting the people of Rome to become citizens of Dionia. But when I talked to them yesterday, I found that they were worried that we might destroy their temples and sacrifices." "Oh." Caldus reminded the Devers that he had only announced some benefits for the people of Rome after they became citizens of Dionia. He had planned to tell them about the religious tolerance of the kingdom of Dionia after they became citizens, because it was done during the conquest of the Messapi, Pacheti, and Doni in the Apulia region. The practice continued in Rome. But obviously, the situation in Rome was much more tense and dangerous than in Apulia, which increased the anxiety of the people of Rome. So the Devers hurriedly asked, "What is your suggestion, Caldus?" "High Priest, from my contact with the people of Rome, I found that they believe in Diana, the goddess of the hunt, Vesta, the goddess of the hearth, and the gods of the Roman people, Cales, Libel, and Libera. The people of Rome have their own gods." The Devers was a little surprised. It was the first time he heard about this. Yes, although the people of Rome also believe in many gods, they believe in more gods than us in Greece. Also, the nobles and the people of Rome each have their own gods, and these gods are the ones they worship the most, Caldus said seriously. Diana, Vesta, Cales, Libel, and Libera, these 5 gods of Rome have temples on Mount Aventine in the city, especially the Temple of Diana. I heard that it is worshipped by the people of the entire Latin region, Aventine, that is the main residential area of Rome. The Devers fell into deep thought. In the past, he paid more attention to the collection of political, economic, military, and other information, and did not pay much attention to religion. This was also because there were too many gods in Rome. Every river, every road, every forest, every crossroads, every gate, and every house had its own god. Even the priests of Rome could not figure out how many gods there were in Rome. Moreover, the people of Rome were far less devout in their worship of gods than the Greeks. They were more practical and more utilitarian, so he neglected to do in-depth research in this area. He did not even know that the people of Rome had their own gods, but this seemed to be a good thing. As the ruler of the kingdom, the Devers immediately understood the importance of this matter. He asked, "Do you mean that I should worship these gods to show Dionia's respect for the faith of the people of Rome?" "Yes, High Priest," Cardius replied affirmatively. As the chief priest of Hades, he actually wanted his own high priest to go and offer sacrifices to the gods of the other races. This seemed a little ridiculous, but in fact, in the kingdom of Dionia, the king of Devers was not only the high priest of Hades, but also the priest in charge of all the temples in the kingdom. And in the law of Dionia, the Devers had established the dominant position of the Temple of Hades in the kingdom's religion, giving them the right to supervise the other temples in the kingdom. Every year, the main Temple of Hades in Turiae would hold an assembly of the kingdom's priests, presided over by the high priest Devers, and attended by the scepter priests of all the temples in the kingdom. They would discuss and solve some problems together. If Rome was conquered, these gods of Rome might be incorporated into the faith of the people of the kingdom. As the chief priest of Hades in the kingdom's religion, Chaldeus certainly had to understand them clearly. In the future, while developing the believers of Hades here, he also had to ensure that the supervision of these temples was harmonious. "Then I will go to the Aventine mountain to worship the few gods of Rome that the people of Rome worship. I will go there today." The Devers made a decisive decision and asked, "Do you understand the sacrificial rituals of these temples?" "I understand them clearly," Chaldeus replied. "That's quite well prepared." The Devers looked at him approvingly, then turned his head and said, "Herne, immediately send someone to the Aventine mountain to inform the priests of these temples." Also, arrange for someone to announce to the entire city that I am going to worship the gods of Rome. Yes, your majesty. Henoboris understood and stood up. The Devers thought of something again and continued, also, get Amirius here immediately. The Devers suddenly realized that going deep into the city of Rome to worship might be a good opportunity to lure the snake out of its hole. The commoners of Rome who had just joined Ionia and become patrolmen held shields and spears. Under the lead of the legionnaires, they walked through the streets and alleys of Rome while shouting loudly. On the gentle slope of Mount Sirio, in a residence that looked larger than the surrounding buildings and had more ornate decorations, a young man from Rome was lying in a bedroom in the main building. His young wife was changing the bandages on his wound. On his left thigh, there was a long scar that had just healed. He could vaguely hear shouts outside. He listened attentively, but he couldn't hear it clearly. Hence, he said, Cornea, go see what's happening outside. His wife immediately left the bedroom and quickly returned with a strange expression on her face. She said, the untouchables who have defected to the enemy say that damned king of Dionia is going to worship their gods. Library of Literature. Chapter 819. Worship the god. Which god? The young man asked anxiously. Isn't it just a commoner? As soon as the woman spoke, she immediately realized that her husband was also a commoner. She quickly softened her tone and said, it's the gods that you always worship, Diana, Vesta, Cales, Libel, and Libera. The young man was shocked. He lay on the bed and did not speak, but his mind was deep in thought. Cornea was born into a noble family in Rome. She lived in luxury since she was young and did not encounter any hardships. When her father wanted to marry her to Gaius Licinius Stolo, even though the young man was already somewhat famous in Rome, she was a little reluctant because she would be the first noble woman to marry a commoner. She was worried that she would become a joke among the nobles of Rome. But after the marriage, her husband's appearance, talent, and understanding gradually dispelled the dissatisfaction in her heart. Their married life became more and more harmonious. At this moment, she saw her husband's face had turned a little ugly. She quickly asked, Stolo, what's wrong? Stolo said with a solemn expression, the people of Dionia are doing everything they can to win over the commoners. I'm worried that the commoners will really be deceived by the people of Dionia and give up Rome. In fact, when he learned about the speech of the king of Dionia from the person who came to talk to him in secret yesterday, he was greatly surprised, because the promise made by the king of Devers was what the commoners of Rome had been pursuing tirelessly. He had already realized the intention of the people of Dionia, and now the king of Dionia had disregarded his noble identity as a Greek and worshipped the god that the commoners of Rome believed in. In order to win over the commoners of Rome, Stolo was really worried that the commoners who were already in conflict with the nobles would all fall to Dionia's side. This would severely weaken the power of Rome and possibly lead to the defeat of Rome in this war. I'm thinking that if the elders and nobles on Capitoline Mountain knew what the Dionians are doing now, they would definitely regret being so harsh on the peasants. He blurted, I'm thinking that if the elders and nobles on Capitoline Mountain knew what the Dionians are doing, they would definitely regret being so harsh on the peasants. Cornea looked puzzled, not understanding what her husband meant. Inexplicably, she was a little angry. That was the only bad thing about Stolo. Sometimes his words were too profound for her to understand, just like her father Ambustus. She could not help but think of something else. She still remembered one time when she visited her sister. Her brother-in-law, Servius Sulpius, was a noble. He had just been appointed as a military official and came back late. Seeing that the door of the house was not opened in time, he actually asked his subordinates to use the badge of the legion to knock on the door. She was frightened at this, and her sister laughed at her, saying that she had not seen the world. Of course, she was very angry and left her sister's house. Later, she told her father about it, and Bustus comforted her and said, Don't worry, one day you will surprise your sister in your own house. Until now, She did not understand what could surprise her sister in her house. When she thought of this, she began to miss her parents and her sister's family who had escaped to Capitoline Mountain. Her heart was instantly filled with worry. At this time, Stolo looked out the window. He suddenly thought of a problem. The king of Dionia had left the heavily guarded square and went to the crowded Aventine Mountain. This might be a good opportunity. Would those people be able to seize this opportunity? Although the people of Dionia ordered the people of Rome to stay at home as much as possible, and anyone who wandered on the streets would be strictly interrogated, Stolo, who had some hope in his heart, decided to send his servant out to gather information. However, not long after he went out, the servant was chased back because Dionia's army had already placed the main street under martial law. However, in the southern part of Rome, the Devers did not prohibit the citizens of Rome from going out and watching. They only got the soldiers of the 4th and 5th legions to set up a perimeter along the way. For safety's sake, the Devers even forbade his son, Crotocatax, from accompanying them, making him stay in the Senate. The citizens of Rome surged to the side of the road. Behind the legions, they could clearly see that the king of Dionia, who was once dressed in a gorgeous military uniform in the square, was now dressed in a plain robe. It was the attire that the citizens of Rome wore when they prayed at the temple. Beside him were 10 men in the same attire. They were the palace guards of Chaldeas, Aemilius, and Marcius, and behind them were more than 100 palace guards. Under the gaze of thousands of citizens of Rome, they ascended Mt. Aventine. The Temple of Diana was the largest temple on Mt. Aventine. It was built during the reign of King Servius, and it had a long history with many believers. Therefore, the Devers had made it the first temple to pay their respects. Originally, after the Dionia occupied Rome, they forbade the citizens of Rome from going out, so the temple was deserted. But today, the Devers had lifted the ban. Therefore, many citizens of Rome were allowed into the temple's courtyard. However, the passageway in the middle was sealed off by the legions. When the Devers walked into the courtyard, they similarly received the attention of the citizens of Rome. As for Diana's priests and attendants, they were already standing at the temple's entrance, waiting respectfully. After saluting and greeting divers, this old priestess Diana, who had white hair and beard and looked amiable, frowned as she looked at the group of followers behind divers and said with a troubled expression, "According to the oracle, only King Divers is allowed to enter the temple to worship." After hearing Amirius's translation, the Devers immediately asked loudly, "Doesn't the temple allow everyone to enter to pay their respects?" "I'm not the only one who wishes to pay my respects to the goddess today. There's them too." With that said, the Devers pointed at the people around them and said loudly with a hint of mockery, "When did the temple of Diana, which treats everyone equally, learn from the Greek temples and only open its doors to the nobles?" When the Devers' words reached the ears of the citizens of Rome in the courtyard, there was an uproar. In most regular Greek temples, the main hall was usually not open to the public. Only the priests could serve them, and the citizens could only pray and offer sacrifices at the sacred altar in the courtyard or go to the rear hall to seek divination from the priests. Only when the city was holding a major celebration or encountering danger would the consul or general enter the main hall to face the statue and pray for its blessings. The temples of Rome were different from the temples of Greece. They allowed citizens to enter the main hall to pray to the deity. Even the temples on Mount Capitoline were the same, but there was a limit to the number of people. This might have something to do with the people of Rome's emphasis on utilitarianism and practicality. And in this aspect, Dionia was somewhat similar to Rome. They also allowed believers to enter the main hall. When the priest heard Amirius's translation loudly, a look of panic flashed in his eyes. Having been a priest for so many years, he had always enjoyed the respect of the citizens of Rome. He was rarely questioned in person, so he was momentarily at a loss for a retort. All he could do was lower his head and say in a deep voice, "This is Diana's oracle." "Priest, when did you receive the oracle?" Chaldeas suddenly asked loudly. "In the morning." "What time in the morning?" During breakfast." Devers, the king, only decided to pay his respects after breakfast. By the time you were notified, it was probably after breakfast. Goddess Diana is omniscient. How did you obtain the oracle, priestess? Animal. No, bird divination. According to Rome, isn't bird divination used to predict good or bad luck? Since when can it be used to decide how many people can enter the temple to pay respects? This is the power of us Rome priests. You Greeks don't understand. According to what I know, the priests of Rome have never used bird divination to decide how many people can enter the temple to pay respects. If you don't believe me, you can ask the people in the courtyard or even the people outside. Who are you? I'm also a clergyman, so I wish to learn from you how to accurately divine that Goddess Diana will only allow one person, and not 2 or 3, to enter the temple to pay respects. If I can do it, I'll definitely become the most powerful divination priest in all of Greece. Therefore, I believe you must be the most powerful priest in the entire Latin region, right? This also. I would like to ask, such an important divination requires assistants and witnesses. Who are they? Do they have the right to divine? The repeated questions from Cardia Monastery left priest Diana's face pale. She began to sweat as she stammered until she was rendered speechless. As Amirius had deliberately translated loudly, the people in the courtyard could tell that something was amiss. King of Dionia, are you here to sincerely pay respects to the goddess? Do you still want to enter? An attendant beside the priest suddenly interjected loudly. The Devers turned their heads and stared straight at him with eyes like lightning. The attendant hurriedly lowered his head, feeling guilty. At this moment, Marcius, who had been paying close attention to the temple attendants with nervous expressions, whispered a few words into Amirius's ear. Amirius immediately glared at them and suddenly shouted, "You actually have swords on you?" This shout was like a clap of thunder. The priest and attendants trembled in fright, and the people in the courtyard were alarmed as well. This was because the temple forbade the carrying of weapons. It was a form of disrespect to the gods, much less the priests and attendants who were closest to the gods. The temple attendants believed that their plot had been exposed, so one of them shouted, "Oracle of Diana, kill the enemy that invades Rome." With that said, he drew a dagger hidden under his white robe and charged at the Devers. The other attendants also drew their weapons and charged forward. Chapter 8:20. When the citizens saw this turn of events, they immediately panicked. Thankfully, there were soldiers maintaining the order in the courtyard. Top point, however, Divers and the others were already prepared. The guards behind them quickly rushed forward and protected Divers. At the same time, they also surrounded the priest and the attendants. In the blink of an eye, all of them were captured. They didn't even shed a single drop of blood. Amirius pretended to approach the criminals and pretended to ask them a few questions. Then he stood in front of the stairs and shouted at the citizens of Rome in the courtyard. "Everyone, these people are the patrons of the nobles. They have imprisoned a few priests and attendants of the temple in an attempt to assassinate the king of Dionia. Now, who is willing to follow me to the rear of the temple to rescue the imprisoned priests and attendants?" The citizens were skeptical, but someone volunteered to follow Amirius to the rear of the temple. After knocking open the tightly locked door, they indeed saw the bound priests and attendants. It turned out that the Devers' sudden announcement that they would be heading to Mount Silio to pay respects to the temple had given the citizens of Rome, who were hostile to Dionia, an opportunity. As they were pressed for time, they didn't have the time to slowly plan. All they could do was use the opportunity of Dionia relaxing its control over the southern district of Rome to secretly barge into the Diana temple. They requested the priests and attendants in the temple to cooperate with them and attack the king of Dionia. However, apart from an elderly priest who came from a noble family expressing his approval, the other priests and attendants expressed their opposition. After all, regardless of whether the assassination succeeded or not, it would be a disaster for the Diana temple. Furthermore, Committing murder in the temple was a great blasphemy against the god. Therefore, in a moment of desperation, these people decided to lock them up, strip them of their clothes, and pretend to be attendants. However, they didn't know that all of this was under the surveillance of Amirius' subordinates. Now that the truth had been revealed, the citizens of Rome in the courtyard began cursing at the criminals who had been captured. At the same time, they felt uneasy seeing the unsheathing of their swords and surging killing intent. Therefore, the Devers stood in front of the temple and announced loudly, "Citizens of Rome, this assassination was planned by the nobles of Rome in an attempt to instigate a bloody feud between us, Dionia and you. Once they succeed, it will be a huge disaster for both us and you. From this, it can be seen that these high and mighty nobles in Rome have never treated you as fellow citizens of the city. Therefore, they have been constantly repressing and exploiting you all these years, abandoning you at the critical moment. This assassination has nothing to do with you. But how do you think we should deal with these lackeys of the nobles who blaspheme a god and attempt to bring disaster to you?" The citizens in the courtyard were infuriated by the Devers' words. Before they could make up their minds, a voice shouted from the crowd, "Let's hack them to death!" Another voice immediately shouted, "Yes, let's hack them to death! Hack these lackeys of the nobles to death!" Many people couldn't help but shout along. The Devers nodded with a solemn expression. "All right, we'll do as you suggested. Tie these people to the crosses outside the temple and let you vent your anger on them with your swords." With that said, he immediately got the guards to drag the criminals, who had their hands and feet bound and mouths gagged, out of the temple. Many citizens of Rome also left the temple under the lead of certain people. As for the citizens watching outside the temple, they didn't know what had happened as they asked. Therefore, the citizens who knew what had happened began to unconsciously add fuel to the fire. The Devers comforted the frightened priests and attendants of Diana. They led Caldus, Henneborus, Marcius, and the others to solemnly worship according to the ceremony of the temple of Diana under the gaze of the citizens of Rome. When they stepped out of the temple, they saw that the gangsters hanging on the cross were already covered in bruises and on the verge of death. There were still Roman civilians stabbing the gangsters with the short swords given by the legionnaires guarding them. The Devers continued to go to the temples of Vesta, Kelly, Libel, and Libella. Everything was much smoother. Not only did they not encounter any accidents, but the priests of each temple also actively cooperated with them. Even the citizens on the roadside looked at them with more kindness. Of course, the Devers returned the favor. He saw that the 3 temples of Kelly, Libel, and Libella were not only small in area, but the statues were also crude and crude. After all, the temples were built with money from the citizens. They were even made of wood. He immediately said, "When this war is over, the kingdom of Dionia will spend a lot of money to rebuild these 3 temples. Not only will the area be doubled, but the statues will also be covered with ivory skin and gold foil." The priests and attendants were overjoyed when they heard this. They immediately said, "We will proclaim the kindness of the king of Dionia to the people of Rome, who have always been worshipping." While the Devers were worshipping the temples of Rome, the army of Rome had arrived outside the city of Rome. There were about 1,500 cavalrymen in this army. After Camillus saw the power of the Dionia cavalry in the Battle of Wolsey, he tried his best to gather them from Rome, the colonies, and various allies. They played a certain role in the war to conquer the Hernici. Now, Camillus dispersed the cavalry to drive away and pursue the scouts of Dionia. At the same time, he sent troops to quickly capture the river port and the granary outside the city of Rome that were not guarded by any soldiers. However, they were already empty. Then, Camillus ordered the whole army to start building a camp. The desire and resentment in the hearts of the soldiers of Rome was very strong when they saw that their homeland was right in front of them, but it was occupied by bandits, and they could not enter it. In order to let the soldiers vent their emotions and other purposes, Camillus also allowed the troops to take turns to send soldiers to the city to hurl abuse. Although most of the soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia at the top of the city did not understand what they were saying, they knew that it was not a good thing. They all requested to attack the Rome army and teach them a lesson. However, they were strictly stopped by the officers. The Dionysian army retreated into the city and let the Rome army run amok outside the city. Meanwhile, the soldiers of Rome were busy building the camp. Other than talking nonsense, they did not attack the city for the time being. For a time, both sides were at peace. Not long after, Camillus, who had assigned all the tasks and arranged everything properly, arrived at the south of Rome with his guards in front of the city gate of Syrio. An attendant rushed to the city gate with a token in his hand and shouted in Greek, "The dictator of Rome, Camillus, wants to talk to your king." The dictator of Rome, Tamilus, legion commander, what do you think? The officer of the 2nd Legion asked Matones for instructions. "Go and tell his majesty." Matones said to the messenger without hesitation. The Devers had just finished worshipping at the temple and were on their way back to the square. When they heard the news, they immediately decided to meet the famous dictator of Rome. Lucius and his guards were waiting anxiously. He could not help but persuade his father. The people of Dionia have not replied for so long. Obviously, they are deliberately humiliating us. Let's go back. Lucius, don't worry. It's okay to wait a little longer. Camillus said calmly, for the sake of Rome, this little hardship is nothing. Besides, we can also let the soldiers see the hard work we have been doing. His words left Lucius in deep thought. Suddenly a soldier shouted, "Sir Dictator, look at the top of the city gate." 2 large flags were erected on the top of the city gate of Syrio. They shone brightly in the midday sun. At the same time, the Dionia soldiers on the top of the city gate burst into cheers. Camillus's expression became serious, and he said softly, "The king of Dionia is here." The attendant who shouted at the front also rushed back to report, "Sir Dictator, the king of Dionia has agreed to talk to you." "Let's go," Camillus said and walked forward. When Lucius saw the enemy soldiers on the top of the city gate, he suddenly became worried. He grabbed Camillus's arm and said, "Father, don't go yet." Camillus smiled and said, "Don't worry. Didn't I say it before? The king of Dionia, who created the kingdom of Dionia and won countless victories, and is known for keeping his promises, would not risk his reputation to deceive an old man like me." After saying that, he continued to move forward. Lucius had no choice but to follow him with the guards. The Devers had to rush back to the Senate to change into their military attire because they wore plain robes to worship the temple. Hence, they were delayed for a while. At this time, when he saw the group of people from Rome coming down the city gate, he suddenly said, "Let's go out of the city and meet the dictator of Rome." "Your Majesty, this is too dangerous." Matones, Marcius, and the others were shocked when they heard this and hurried forward to dissuade him. "Even the dictator of Rome dares to come to our heavily guarded city alone. We, the people of Dionia, dare not to go out and meet him in our own guarded area." The Devers shouted resolutely, "We, the citizens of Dionia, are not cowards." As soon as this was said, the people around him could not dissuade him any more. "Your Majesty, please allow me to go with you," Matones said immediately. Seeing his determined expression, the Devers had no choice but to nod. Matones solemnly ordered his officers, "All of you, open your eyes and look carefully. Once you see any movement from the enemy, attack immediately." The Devers turned and went down the city gate. The people who accompanied them looked serious. Only Henneborus seemed a little excited. Other than Camillus, the people of Rome who were advancing were shocked when they saw the 2 flags on the top of the city gate disappear. Then the drawbridge was lowered and the city gate opened. Surrounded by the guards, the Devers rode out of the city gate with the flags behind him. After crossing the drawbridge, he stood in front of the moat. Chapter 8:21. At the same time, the people of Rome had also stopped 20 meters away. Devers and Camillus were both on their horses, looking at each other. In the end, it was Camillus who broke the silence first. "King of Dionia, I'm Camillus, the dictator of Rome." "I know you." Devers nodded and said, You are the hero of Rome. You once destroyed Rome's mortal enemy, Venus, drove away the Celts who occupied the city of Rome, and defeated the surrounding hostile forces many times. Camillus was not surprised that Devers knew so much about him. A good commander must carefully study his opponent. He suddenly asked in a stern voice, Rome and Ionia, one in the central part of Italy, and the other in the southern part of Italy. There are many forces in between, and there has never been any conflict between the two countries. Why did you lead your army to invade our land, destroy our homes, and slaughter our people, regardless of the long journey, despite the huge amount of resources, and even the lives of the citizens of Ionia? Camillus's question seemed a little redundant, but Devers knew that if he did not answer properly, the soldiers would not be able to help but wonder if the war was necessary when the news spread. It would affect the morale of the soldiers. So he pondered for a moment and then answered in a loud voice, After you people of Rome drove away the Celts, you did not restore your homeland, prosper your trade, and give your people a stable life. Instead, you fought everywhere and invaded the surrounding races. The Walshes and the Helnacii are allies of Ionia. Rome brazenly invaded their territory, occupied their towns, slaughtered their people, and almost wiped them out. We once sent messengers to Rome to beg you to stop the war, but you brutally refused. Since the establishment of Ionia, we have always kept our promises. That is why we have the trust of our allies and why our country is strong today. So, we cannot ignore the tragic experience of our allies. We must respond to their demands and fulfill our covenant. This is the reason why we are here. Just like how the Celts invaded Rome 10 years ago, this time, your God is punishing you for killing indiscriminately. Nonsense. After listening to the translation, Camillus couldn't help but shout angrily. What Camillus hated the most was hearing about the punishment of the gods. When he was banished from Rome, one of the main reasons was that he was falsely accused of looting the temple's gold and silver after conquering the city of Ai, which angered the gods. Secondly, when he left Rome, he told his family angrily, those who wronged him will be punished. As a result, some people later attributed the Celts' invasion to the gods seeking redress for their grievances, so they sent their punishment to Rome. This matter had always troubled him, so he would never allow the Devers to use the name of divine punishment to cover up their sin of invading Rome and to undermine the morale of the militia in Rome. Your Majesty, he said that you are spouting nonsense. Amirius translated tactfully. The Devers didn't get angry. Instead, they laughed. Camillus realized that he couldn't keep his cool, so he changed the topic and said directly, although you have seized Rome, it didn't bring you many benefits. Look at your surroundings. To the north is the Etrurian alliance of Rome, and to the east and south are the Latin alliance and colonial cities of Rome. You are already surrounded. Now, I have returned with 70,000 troops of Rome. I will trap your army in Rome, making it impossible for them to move. And I heard that to the south of the kingdom of Ionia, on Sicily, our ally, the Carthage, is at war with you. I heard that the allied forces of the Simonians are still invading your eastern region. As the king of Ionia, you are leading the main force of Ionia to be trapped in Rome, far away from your kingdom. Even if you aren't worried about your kingdom, aren't your soldiers worried that their homeland will be invaded by the Carthage and Simonians? The Devers remained unmoved. He said with a smile, No, I'm not worried at all. My soldiers and I like staying here because the people of Rome provide us with rich food, allowing us to stay here for a long time. The only thing I'm worried about is that these kind people of Rome have given us food. What if they run out of food soon? We're not so kind as to return the food. Also, I'm worried about your soldiers. With such a large number of soldiers, how long will your food last? Threat. This was a naked threat and warning. After listening to the translation, Lucius and the other soldiers who accompanied him glared angrily and raised their shields and spears. Although Camillus was frowning, he was still able to remain calm. He said in a deep voice, We, the Roman citizens, have always been brave and unafraid of threats. That's why we can survive in this harsh environment where we are surrounded by enemies. You can starve the people in the city. We, the citizen soldiers of Rome, will not stop fighting you even if we have to eat grass and starve. We will avenge our families until we die. But what good will it do for you if we fight to the death like this? On the contrary, if we both stop fighting as long as you withdraw from the city of Rome in Latin, we're not only willing to provide a large amount of gold, silver, and supplies, but we are also willing to return the land of the Volsci and Hernici and sign a peace agreement with them. We will also sign an agreement with Daionia to never invade. King, you can also lead your elite troops to deal with other enemies to ensure that your land and people are not invaded and harmed. What do you think? The people of Rome want to negotiate for peace. The Devers looked at the sincere Camillus and patted the neck of the war horse with his right hand. After a moment, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. I remember 10 years ago, you also proposed to the Celts who occupied the city of Rome to pay them a large amount of gold and silver to let them leave. Just when they let their guard down, you led the army to attack them. As a result, the Celts were defeated. Although I want to agree with your proposal, I am afraid of suffering the same tragic fate as the Celts. Camillus' face twitched a few times. The wrinkles on his face covered his surprise. The king of Daionia knew too much about the things in Rome. He quickly calmed down and said, "Since you know the situation at that time so well, you should know that it was the senators who were trapped in the Capitoline mountain that made the decision to use gold and silver to get the Celts to retreat. Far away from the city of Rome, the soldiers, and I knew nothing about it. But now, as the dictator, I have asked for the will of the soldiers and made a suggestion. All Romans must obey it." Would the people of Rome, who had always been uncompromising to the invading enemy, really give in for the safety of the city of Rome? The Devers, who knew the general history of Rome in his previous life, stared at Camillus for a while. He was both curious and cautious. He pretended to think carefully for a moment and then said, "This matter is too important. I need to go back to the city to discuss with the generals before I can give you an answer. I hope the answer is not too late. My soldiers are eager to go home. I am afraid they can't wait too long," Camillus said with a threatening tone. The Devers smiled. "Whether or not we can reach a truce with Rome in the end, I am honored to meet you, General Camillus. So I have a gift for you later. I believe you will like it." After that, the Devers turned his horse around and led the people back to the city. Camillus also turned back to the camp without hesitation. On the way, Lucius asked with a little expectation, "Father, the king of Daionia wants to give you a gift. Does this mean that there is a possibility of peace talks?" This king of Daionia is not simple. Don't have high hopes for him. Camillus recalled the situation when he talked to the Devers just now and said with a serious expression, "You have also observed just now. The traps and abatis that the people of Daionia have laid under the city are not the Celts. Even if there is really a need for peace talks, we have to take back Ostia. Only then can we have more initiative in the negotiations." Lucius nodded gravely. At the same time, Henneborus also asked the Devers, "Your Majesty, are we going to talk peace with the people of Rome?" "Peace talks?" The Devers sneered. "If I had such a plan, would I have transferred the senators and officials such as Assists, Antropolis, Nicomachus, and Terrace to Rome? Whether the people of Rome really want to talk peace or just want to numb us, I believe we will soon find out the real purpose of Camillus. If he just wants to buy time, he will find out that this is a stupid decision. The warships going upstream to Rome was not only time-consuming and laborious, but it was much more convenient to go down the Tiber River. The reason why Mithridates led the warships that were anchored in Rome only arrived at Ostia at dusk was that divers used the assassination incident in the Temple of Diana as an excuse to consider the arrival of the Roman army. In order to ensure the stability of the city and have the army fight with all their might, divers ordered the Roman administrator Assists to immediately count all the male nobles and diners between the ages of 55 and 14 in the city and escort them to Turi by the Third Fleet. In the end, because there were too many of them, about 4,500, Divers also rented some merchants' cargo ships. Middle-Aids entered the port on a clipper. Just over 2 days later, there were some changes in the port of Ostia. The number of merchant ships from Dionia increased, but the management of the port did not become chaotic. Instead, it became more orderly. The wooden fences used by the chambers of commerce of Dionia on the port were also removed. At least when Middle-Aids passed by, there were no conflicts or disputes. Chapter 8:22. When they arrived at the city hall, Terrace, who had already been notified by his subordinates, immediately came out and welcomed Middle-Aids in. After the two exchanged a few greetings, Middle-Aids handed the Devers' warrant to Terrace. When they had just obtained Ostia, the Devers had only announced granting freedom to the slaves, as well as Latin refugees, slave citizenship, and distribution of land, and a few other rights. Now he requested Terrace to implement the decree that he had announced to the civilians and slaves of Rome in the square of Rome in Ostia. At the same time, he would also hand over the nobles of Rome and Ostia to be escorted to the warships by Middle-Aids. After Terrace finished reading, he said in a relaxed manner, "Following His Majesty's decree will make it easier to manage Ostia." As he spoke, he called his subordinates to immediately escort the captives of Rome and the nobles among the civilians to the port according to the requirements, and hand them over to the Third Fleet. Then he said to Middle-Aids, "Last night I heard from the merchants who returned from Rome about the decree that His Majesty announced in the square. I have already conducted a selection of these captives from Rome in advance. There are only 178 male nobles in Ostia, and those who meet the requirements to be escorted. I am afraid there are less than 100 of them. So you don't have to wait for long. They will be sent to the warships soon. Sir Terrace is really meticulous. No wonder His Majesty would hand over such an important city to you." Middle-Aids complimented. He could not wait to immediately lead some of the warships south to Treen to recruit new fleet infantry. So, of course, he was happy to be able to spend less time in Ostia. "There is still some time before my subordinates finish. General Middle-Aids, can you tell me the details of how His Majesty and you led the army to break through the city of Rome?" Terrace asked with a smile. "My pleasure," Middle-Aids simply replied. He had long heard of this veteran from Sicily. Among the many veterans of Dionia who relied on their political achievements or some other special reasons to rise to the position of Turin, this burly middle-aged man was the only one who deigned to train in the Turin barracks for a long time. Through his own training and performance, he was promoted from a recruit of the Legion's reserve team to the position of a captain of the reserve team. With this alone, he had won the respect of many military personnel, including, of course, Middle-Aids himself. Terrace said happily, "It's almost time for dinner. Why don't we drink some wine? I'll get the chef to make a few more dishes. We can chat while drinking." Middle-Aids thought about it. He was about to lead his team south, which meant that he was already out of the battlefield, so he didn't refuse. While the two of them were chatting, the guard officer at the door barged in and said anxiously, "Sir Terrace, there is an urgent report from the scouts outside the city. They found the Roman army marching quickly towards Ostia. There are many of them, more than 20,000. Middle-Aids was shocked. Terrace was also shocked, but he quickly laughed and said, "The Roman army came at the right time. Weren't you guys worried about not having a chance to go to the battlefield? Now that the military achievements are here, let's see if you have the ability to take them. Are you afraid, Kesseles?" The officer immediately replied loudly, "Sir, my brothers, and I can't wait for the Roman army to attack Ostia now so that they can have a taste of our strength. Go and inform the 3 captains immediately. Let the soldiers start eating now. Then, according to the previous training, lead the brigade to their respective defensive positions." "Yes, sir." Kesseles immediately turned around and left. Then Terrace called for his subordinate, Lucdarius. Lucdarius was also a Latin citizen of Dionia from Ennona. He was specially left behind by the Devers to act as an interpreter for Terrace, who didn't speak the same language. In the end, Terrace boldly gave him the position of his clerk and gave him suggestions when he governed the town. At the same time, he also gave him the position of the adjutant of the new brigade. He was responsible for organizing and training the 1230 slaves and Latin refugees of Ostia who applied to become a citizen of Dionia. Before this, he was just an ordinary citizen of Annona and an ordinary soldier in the reserve force. Naturally, he worked very hard when he was suddenly given such an important task. Now, Terrace ordered him to assist the captain. After dinner, he gathered the soldiers of the new brigade as the reserve force of the city's defense, ready to go into battle at any time. After making the arrangements, Terrace said to Middleades apologetically, "The damn Roman army interrupted your wonderful story. It seems that we can only finish this jar of wine after I defeat them and wait for you to return from Soritium. When that time comes, it will be my turn to listen to your story of how you defeated the Roman army." Middleades smiled and then took the initiative to suggest with a serious expression, "When I was in Rome, the Roman army outside the city was busy building their camp. They didn't look like they were going to attack the city immediately. I didn't expect them to secretly send troops to attack Ostia. Sir Terrace, you must be vigilant. It is obvious that the enemy came prepared, because Ostia is too important to our army in Rome." After hearing this, Terrace nodded with a serious expression and asked, "General Middleades, has the Roman army surrounded Rome? Can the messenger I sent enter Rome smoothly?" Middleades shook his head. "When I left, the Roman army had already set up camp outside the city. Only the east side hasn't seen the enemy, but I'm afraid it will be difficult to go around them. It seems that it is safer to go by water." Terrace pondered and said, "General Middleades, can I ask you to send a fast ship to Rome immediately and tell His Majesty about the enemy's situation here?" "That is my duty." Middleades replied straightforwardly. He also reminded Terrace, "It will take at least half a day to travel from here to Rome through the Tiber River. It will take longer to travel in the dark because there is a certain degree of danger in both towing and sailing. His Majesty will only receive the news of the attack on Ostia tomorrow. When he sends reinforcements, it will at least be tomorrow noon. You must be prepared." Middleades paused for a moment. Seeing that Terrace was deep in thought, he suggested, "I hope you can make some space at the port. I will let some warships dock at the port and let the sailors go ashore to help you fight. This will make up for the lack of soldiers, but you have to provide them with weapons and equipment." Terrace was surprised and grateful. He repeatedly expressed his gratitude and said, "General, you don't have to worry about the weapons and equipment. We have defeated the Roman army here, other than selling some of the spoils of war to the merchants. The rest is piled up in the warehouse. It is enough to equip 6,000 to 7,000 people. Then I can rest assured." Middleades said, "The sailors of the fleet under his command were not the infantry of the fleet. They usually trained at sea and were not good at fighting on land. However, they were young and strong, so it was not a big problem for them to defend the city." The reason why Middleades took the initiative to help was that, as the senior general present, he left without providing any help when Ostia was facing a war. Once Ostia fell, he would inevitably be impeached by the censor of the Ministry of Military Affairs and criticized by his colleagues. Another reason was that he had discovered the importance of Ostia to the Third Fleet. If he could set up a military port here, the Third Fleet's control of the south coast of Italy could extend all the way to Etruria. Therefore, he hoped that when he got the approval of the King of Devers in the future, he could also get the active cooperation of the governor of Ostia. Therefore, it was important to win the favor of Terrace. While Ostia was nervously preparing for its defense, the Roman army, led by Titus, set off from Prinister at dawn. They passed through the city of Rome, then south past Lake Alba, and then turned northwest. After marching for nearly 90 miles, they finally arrived at their final destination, Ostia, at dusk. Titus immediately ordered the soldiers to eat their rations, put on their armor, pick up their weapons, and prepare to attack the city. While the soldiers were resting, he ordered the ballista unit to push the remaining 20 ballistas to the front and bombard the thin walls of Ostia, which were less than 4 meters high. The reserve soldiers of Dionia, who were extremely excited about finally being able to participate in the battle, watched as the Roman army came from afar like a winding dragon. They could not see the end of the army. Then they split into hundreds and thousands of troops and gradually surrounded Ostia. Not only did they begin to feel nervous, but they even felt a little afraid. Terrace, who was also the commander of the Ostia army, also stood on top of the city wall, staring at the black mass of enemies below the city. He also felt a little nervous. This was the first time he was personally involved in an actual battle. However, in the past few days, he had repeatedly urged the soldiers to strictly follow what they had learned in the barracks to set up the defense. He believed that they could completely block the enemy's attack. Sir Terrace, look, the enemy's ballistas. Even without his men's reminder, Terrace could also see more than a dozen ballistas pushed to the front by the Roman army, but he did not panic at all. In the 10 years after the Southern Italian War, the Ministry of Military Affairs of Dionia had already studied how to use the ballistas, which were originally used for attacking cities, to defend the city. For this reason, they asked their engineers to reduce the size of the ballistas, reduce their weight, and improve the firing method. The ballistas on the city wall were fired downward, so the stone bullets would easily slip off. They even designed a new type of fortress under the guidance of the Devers that could fully utilize the power of the ballistas. They also developed a set of defensive tactics that combined the ballistas. After capturing Ostia, considering its importance, the Devers left behind 10 defensive ballistas and 5 ballistas, and Terrace placed them on top of the city wall. A ballista stood on the walkway not far from Terrace. Because it was too short of time to modify the city wall, large wooden planks were padded under the ballista so that its body could be higher than the battlements. Several boxes of stone bullets were placed next to it. There were 2 soldiers in charge of it. One was responsible for firing the ballista, and the other was responsible for reporting the parameters of the ballista. Chapter 8:23. When the Dionysian army first established the ballista unit, a legion of 10 ballistas was only equipped with 1 observer, and they were all from the Dionia Academy. This was because they needed to accurately calculate the landing point and firing curve, which required deep mathematical knowledge and fast computing ability. More than a decade later, a ballista could be equipped with 1 observer, which proved the achievements of the Dionia kingdom in civic education. At this moment, the ballista operator had adjusted the settings of the ballista under the guidance of the observer. He pulled open the spring arm, quickly inserted a small stone bullet, and fixed it on the smooth-bore wooden arm. Then he pressed the firing button, and the copper ring that fixed the stone bullet and the iron hook that pulled the spring arm sprang open at the same time. The spring arm quickly retracted, and the powerful torque pushed the stone bullet out of the ballista, whistling as it flew towards a Rome ballista that was slowly moving forward. Ballista! Dionia's ballista! The Rome soldiers who were pushing the ballista saw the black spots flying in the air, and they shouted in panic. They wanted to push the ballista to avoid the black spots, but the heavy ballista moved slowly, and the stone bullets arrived in the blink of an eye. They hit the ballista not far away from the ballista, splashing dust all over the Rome soldiers. The Rome soldiers were still in shock when they saw 8 or 9 black spots flying out from the top of the city wall and attacking the other ballistas. Although none of the black spots hit the ballista, Titus, who was watching from the rear, was shocked. He never thought that the Dionia would leave so many ballistas in a small city like Ostia, and they even placed them on the top of the city wall to attack their own ballista. He had never seen such a defensive method before. Just when he was hesitating whether to withdraw the ballista, the second round of ballista attacks from Dionia had begun. 10 more stone cannons were fired. Finally, a Rome ballista was hit. Although only one of its arms was broken, the ballista was a relatively delicate siege weapon. Once its balance was broken, it could not be used again unless it was repaired. After the people of Rome got their hands on Carthage's ballista, they tried to replicate it and made some progress. However, when it came to making the core components, such as metal ratchets, chains, and metal cylinders, they were not as detailed as Carthage's ballista. While they were still improving their technology, the people of Dionia arrived. So, one of Carthage's ballista was broken. Titus could only anxiously order, "Withdraw the ballistae!" When the Rome's ballista troops retreated in panic, another ballista was destroyed by a stone bullet fired from the top of the city wall. Titus looked at the ballista troops retreating in panic, then looked up at the sky that had begun to be dyed red by the setting sun. Then he looked at the densely packed enemies on the top of the city wall. Soon, his eyes moved down and stared at the densely packed antlers in front of the trench. After a while, he retracted his gaze and turned to look at the soldiers behind him. These citizens of Rome from the colonies had put on their armor and picked up their weapons. Although they were a little tired from the long march, their eyes were full of fighting spirit as they stared at Ostia. Their desire to retake their motherland filled them with strength. Their fighting spirit also influenced Titus, allowing him to suppress the concerns in his heart. Although he had observed that Dionia's defense against Ostia was relatively tight, he did not have time to let the soldiers recover their strength and prepare for a more comprehensive siege. He had to retake Ostia before the reinforcements from Dionia arrived. Therefore, he could only rely on the vigorous fighters and large numbers of his soldiers. "Inform all troops to prepare for attack," Titus said in a deep voice. The messengers galloped through the battle formation on horseback. The platoon leaders shouted for the soldiers under them to get ready. The soldiers stood up one after another and carried the ladders and javelins that had been made in advance from the pack carts according to the previous arrangement. After a moment of commotion and clamor, "Woo!" the bugles sounded, and the Rome army let out a deafening roar. Then, under the leadership of the platoon jarls, the soldiers began to march towards the east and south of Ostia. The sea was in the west, the Tiber River was in the north, and there were lakes and swamps in the southeast as a barrier. Titus subconsciously clenched his fists as he looked at the enemy surging towards him like a tidal wave. The 300 Dionia archers at the top of the city wall began to knock their arrows when they saw that the enemy was about to enter within 100 meters of them. The ballistae and crossbowmen at the top of the city wall had already begun to fire stone bullets and iron arrows at the enemy below the city wall. Although the swarming enemies had a high hit rate and they died horribly, a round of attacks only killed a dozen people. For the tens of thousands of Rome soldiers, it was just a small splash. It could not stop the advance of the Rome army at all. But it did not take long for the Rome soldiers who rushed to the front to scream in pain, "Ah! Give me a hand. My foot is cut. Beware of traps. There are sharp nails buried in the ground." As the Rome soldiers screamed and screamed, the advance of the entire army was hindered. While some Rome soldiers went to help their wounded comrades, some carefully observed the situation on the ground and moved forward cautiously. Arrows rained down from the top of the city wall. Although most of the soldiers at the front were heavy infantry of the Rome army, they did not have the time to use their shields to defend the top of the city wall due to the traps under their feet. As a result, they suffered more casualties. To make matters worse, they were blocked by the traps, which gave the ballistae and crossbowmen enough time to unleash their lethality. Titus was very anxious when he learned about the situation at the front. He realized that he had underestimated the defense of this small city by the Dionia army. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. "Hurry up and pass the order to the attacking army. Don't be in a hurry to advance. Remove the traps first." The messenger galloped away, and soon a scout galloped over. "General Titus, the citizens of Adium have arrived." Titus was overjoyed. Just as he was about to reply, another scout arrived. "General Titus, the citizens of Antium have arrived." While Titus led his army to the west, Camillus sent messengers to the Rome colony city and the Latin alliance in the west of Latin, hoping that they could send people to assist the army in attacking Ostia. Now these towns had responded to Camillus's request. Troops from the towns in the west carried supplies and gathered at the rear of the Rome army. A look of joy appeared on Titus' face. He hurriedly expressed his gratitude to the leader and sent his capable subordinates to organize hundreds and thousands of people to set up bonfires in the surroundings. They began to build camps and tents, preparing for a prolonged battle. Taras watched from the east gate tower of Ostia as the archers and ballistae continued to attack the Rome soldiers who were approaching the trench. The other soldiers also began to throw javelins at the city. The whole of Ostia had two gates, the east and the south. Previously, Taras had his men block the south gate, leaving only the east gate open for scouts and messengers to pass through. Traps were laid on both sides of the road leading out of the city, making the road very narrow. The Rome soldiers had to line up in long and narrow lines to avoid the concentrated attacks of the soldiers on the city walls. The trench was full of wounded soldiers. Taras was not excited about the result of the battle. He saw the bonfires lit behind the enemy's army and the continuous arrival of the Rome soldiers. He realized that the battle would become more difficult. The first order that came to his mind was to have the reserve troops completely block the east gate with wood and stones. In Rome, the citizens of Rome who went to the square to apply for citizenship of Daionia formed a sharp contrast with the nobles of Rome who cried because their loved ones were taken away. The citizens of the city were restless between the two extremes of ice and fire. The devours returned to the Senate, hoping for a moment of peace. Unexpectedly, the governor of Rome, Assists, came to them in a hurry. "Your Majesty, since you went to worship the temples in Rome, the number of citizens of Rome coming to the square to apply has increased sharply. Now, the number of registered citizens has exceeded 1,000. The Assists reported the good news to the devours excitedly because it meant that the attitude of the citizens of Rome towards Daionia had changed. The devours replied with a smile, "I saw it when I passed by the square. It's a good thing, isn't it? Your Majesty, there is one thing that I have to ask you." The Assists continued, "Some citizens of Rome are asking about it. Their loved ones are in the army of Rome outside the city. They want their loved ones to become citizens of Daionia instead of fighting with us. They hope that they can go out of the city to persuade them." Oh, the devour's interest was piqued. He stroked his chin and thought for a while. He then turned his head and asked, "Clotho, what do you think?" Clotho Catax, who was standing at the side, immediately replied seriously, "Father, judging from the situation in the square these 2 days, we should believe what they said. We should allow them to go out of the city and persuade their loved ones to submit to the kingdom. This way, we can shake the enemy's fighting spirit, weaken their power, and strengthen our power at the same time. Even if some of them are deceiving us and just want to escape from the city, they are all old people, women, and children. In general, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages." The Assists looked at Clotho Catax. When he was in Turiae, he had been a guest at the devours' mansion many times. From time to time, he could see the eldest son of the king. Clotho Catax was humble and polite, and he treated people warmly. He left a good impression on the Assists, but this time he found that he had become much calmer. The devours nodded and said approvingly, "Clotho is right. I will allow them to go out of the city, but not all of them. Only the old people in the family can go out. The women and children must stay in the city. Also, I will take this opportunity to send the gift I promised to Camillus." At this point, a mysterious smile appeared on his face. Literature Museum, Chapter 824. At dusk, in front of the camp that the Roman army was building, Adrius, the messenger sent by the devours, stood with 2 women and 2 children behind him, under the curious gaze of the surrounding Rome soldiers. Before Camillus could send someone to greet them, Adrius shouted loudly in Latin, "Lord Camillus, dictator of Rome, His Majesty the King of the Devours, in order to thank you for your kindness and help, has specially sent back your wife, daughter-in-law, and grandchildren, hoping to forge a deeper friendship." Hearing the repeated shouts of the messenger from Rome, the surrounding Roman soldiers suddenly had a complicated look on their faces and began to whisper. The Camillus family was only a small noble family in Rome. In his generation, it was even more sparse. Camillus only had one son and a few relatives, and this time he basically brought all the adult males of his family to Helniki. It was not for fairness, but because this was a war that they had to win. So, he also wanted the males of his family to gain some merits and benefits in this war. Therefore, when the Senate decided to retreat to Capitoline Hill, his mansion in Rome lacked competent men to preside over the retreat. Moreover, his house was not located in the central area of the city of Rome, so his family retreated slowly and did not make it to the top of the hill. In the big tent in the center of the Rome camp, Camillus and his son were surprised to hear the news. At the same time, Lucius also felt lucky. He said hurriedly, "Father, quick! Send someone to bring them in." Then he sighed again. "Although I hate the people of Dionia, I am very grateful for what their king did this time. He is indeed a hero praised by the Greeks. He really has an extraordinary bearing." Camillus was silent for a long time with a painful look on his face. Finally, he squeezed out a sentence. "No, Lucius, we can't let them walk into this camp." "Father, what are you talking about?" Lucius thought he had heard wrong. We can't leave your mother behind, and we can't." Camillus clenched his fist and slammed it on the wooden table. "This is the conspiracy of the king of Dionia." "Father, do you know what you're saying? It's your wife standing outside, your daughter-in-law, and your two adorable grandsons. Could you bear to see them fall into the hands of the enemy and be tortured and humiliated?" Lucius asked in disbelief and anger. "Calm down, child." Camillus looked at his roaring son and moved his lips with difficulty. He tried to persuade him with a trembling voice. I also want to save them, but not now. As the families of the other soldiers were still in the city, what would the soldiers think if Dionia only sent my family back? Did you hear the shout of that Dionia man outside the camp? What do you mean by thanking me for my help? This is the conspiracy of the Dionia people. If I really bring back your mother, your wife, and your children, the soldiers will inevitably be suspicious. Then will they still listen to my orders? How can an army that doesn't obey orders work together to recapture Rome? Lucius, who had always listened to his father, found it difficult to accept Camillus' explanation at this time. He said bitterly, "Father, you are a dictator. Do you still need to consider what the soldiers think before you do anything? You have to know that the reason why my mother and the others were captured was because you took away all the young and strong citizens of the city. You must make up for your mistake as soon as possible." Although some people had said similar words to express their dissatisfaction with Camillus in private, when these words came out from the mouth of a family member, it was like a sharp sword piercing through Camillus's chest, making him feel dizzy. He quickly held the wooden table with his hands. After a while he said firmly, "No, I won't do that. But I will lead the army to recapture Rome and personally rescue our loved ones." Hearing this, Lucius cursed and immediately turned to leave the tent. "Guards!" Camillus immediately shouted, then said to the guard captain who entered the tent with a painful expression, "Stop Lucius immediately, and send someone to chase the envoy of Dionia and the people he brought back to the city." The guard captain certainly knew what was going on outside the camp, because there were soldiers everywhere in the camp spreading the news. While he was hesitating, Camillus shouted sternly, "Go and carry out the order!" Yes. After the guard captain left, Camillus sat down dejectedly. He seemed to have aged a few years. After a while, his adjutant entered the tent and was about to report the situation to him. Seeing his bleak expression, he could not speak for a while. Instead, Camillus noticed his presence and asked weakly, "What's the matter?" The scouts reported that the people of Dionia opened the northern gate and released some Rome citizens. Camillus's first thought was, the king of Dionia released these Rome citizens on purpose to divert the influence of the release of my family members and make me change my mind. He is really scheming. Camillus wanted to ask the people of Rome about the current situation in the city in detail, but he was weak and drowsy at the moment, so he had to say, "Go and settle these people down." Bring a few people here tomorrow morning. I want to understand the situation from them." "Yes, dictator." After the adjutant left, Camillus ordered the guards. No one was allowed to enter the big tent unless there was an emergency. Then he who was mentally and physically exhausted asked the servants to quickly make the bed. He did not even eat dinner and fell asleep in a hurry. At this time it was past dusk, and the sky began to darken. The soldiers stopped setting up camp and returned to their tents to start eating dinner. Camillus's adjutant sent a Rome squadron to escort the hundreds of Rome citizens out of the city to the residence of the refugees on the east side of the army camp. The Rome squadron that was sent to carry out this task was basically composed of civilians, including their squadron leader, Sextus. This was not a coincidence, because the superiority of the Rome aristocracy was not only reflected in political affairs, but also in military affairs. The children of the great aristocracy could become the captain of the army without fighting a few battles, while it was difficult for civilians to be promoted to squadron leader, even if they made many contributions. Of course, the situation had changed in the past few years. Some civilians had also been promoted in the army, especially when Camillus became the chief commander of the army. However, this was still not a common phenomenon. There was still a clear difference in the treatment of the aristocracy and the civilians in the army. So when the soldiers were tired and hungry, and it was time for them to eat dinner, this squadron, which was almost entirely composed of civilians, was sent out. Camillus's adjutant explained carefully, "This is to take care of you, because these people who are released from the city are from Mount Silio." Indeed, the Roman squadron, made up of the residents of Mount Sirius, did not complain. They hurried over and were surprised to find that they knew all the old people. 8 or 9 of them were relatives of the soldiers, including the father of the squadron leader, Sextus. Therefore, the soldiers rushed forward and eagerly asked about the situation at home, completely forgetting the adjutant's instructions to quietly bring these people to the rear and not to disturb the army. In the end, these old people did not rush to answer the soldiers' questions. Instead, they persuaded them to escape from the army, return to the city of Rome, and join the kingdom of Dionia. Among these conversations, Sextus's father's persuasion to his son was the most typical one. "Father, where are Tuia and the children? Are they all right?" "Don't worry, they are all fine. The Dionysian army's military discipline is very good. After entering Rome, they did not kill wantonly, nor did they plunder. In this aspect, the Celts can't compare to them at all. Even we can't compare to them." "Father, you are actually speaking up for the people of Dionia." "Because this is the truth. Not only am I speaking up for them, but I am also here to persuade you." "Persuade me." "I advise you to immediately leave the army of Rome and join the kingdom of Dionia with me." "Oh my God, you betrayed Rome." "It's not that I betrayed Rome, but many people in Mount Silio, and even the entire city of Rome, have joined the kingdom of Dionia." "Why?" "Father, why?" "You are a citizen of Rome. You have lived in Rome all your life. You are a true citizen of Rome. You have participated in more than 20 battles, and even won a laurel once. You are the hero of our neighborhood. You are my... I also participated in the battle with the Celts and followed Camillus to drive them away. But what was the use of that? You know, the many years of fighting have left me crippled, and I often get sick with fevers. Because of the treatment, I owe a lot of debts. If not for the support of my comrades, I'm afraid that even my family's land would have been taken away by the nobles. Did the Senate of Rome ever protect our family from the harassment of those creditors because of my military exploits? Father, don't worry. I am now a platoon jarl. This time, I went to Helsinki and obtained a lot of spoils of war. I should be able to pay off my previous debts. Oh, I did notice that you became a platoon jarl. In the battle with the Helsinki, our original officer was injured and died. Dictator Camillus saw my bravery and promoted me to platoon jarl. But what's the use of that? Can it stop those greedy nobles and creditors from harassing our family? Can it give you more land? Can it be a mid to high ranking official in Rome? Can it guarantee that your family will not have to worry about food and clothing when you are injured and can't even hold a spear? Mobile version of the fastest updated website. M. Chapter 8:25. Father, Rome is changing now. Commoners like Licinius and Frius had all become military officials. Dictator Camillus once said, "In the future, the Senate will be open to the commoners of Rome." Camillus. He was the one who ordered the arrest of our commoner leader, Marcus. Don't believe the words of the nobles. In the past, we were always deceived by them and always gave up the battle at the critical moment. In the end, nothing changed in Rome. Child, the Licinius family is originally a commoner noble, and so is Frius. They have a close relationship with those nobles, and we can't compare to them. Don't have any extravagant hopes. But now we don't have to worry about this anymore, because the nobles in Rome have been completely defeated. What do you mean? The people of Dionia announced that all our debts will be cancelled. They announced that as long as there are commoners in Rome who are willing to become citizens of Dionia, they will be allocated fertile land and comfortable houses. They also announced that any commoner in Rome who becomes a citizen of Dionia can apply for a position in the kingdom's public office, and through political achievements, they will eventually become senators. Father, the people of Dionia are enemies. They are enemies who have invaded our homeland. Everything they say is a lie, just to deceive us, not to resist their invasion. No, they are not deceiving us. They searched all the paper rolls and wooden boards in the houses of the nobles in Rome that recorded their debts and destroyed them all in the square. They gathered the families of the nobles together, confiscated their houses and land, and began to distribute them to the commoners of Rome who joined Dionia. They also made a commoner of Rome, who was once a slave because of debt, become a municipal official. I also specially asked someone to inquire about it. Many of the senators in the kingdom of Dionia are of low birth, so, Father, whether what the people of Dionia have done is true or not, when we recapture Rome, it will all be useless. On the contrary, these people of Rome who have benefited from the people of Dionia will inevitably be severely punished by the Senate. Recapture Rome. You have to be able to do it first. Look at the scars on my body. Although I've never been a squadron leader, I've participated in far more battles than you. I know that winning a war depends on which side has more soldiers, who are braver, who are more obedient, and who have better weapons and armor. Isn't that right? When the Dionia attacked the city, although I didn't go up to the city to fight, I had a detailed understanding with the neighbors who fled home. The bravery of the Dionia soldiers was not inferior to the citizens of Rome, but their armor, weapons, and siege equipment were far better than ours. They conquered the city of Rome, but they did not invade the people in the city. In terms of discipline, they also surpassed the citizens of Rome. We have 70,000 soldiers. Our commander is Camillus. We will take back Rome. Father, don't say any more. Hurry up and follow me to the station to rest. After we drive away the people of Dionia, our family can reunite. Camillus is stronger than the ever-victorious king of Dionia. 70,000 soldiers can conquer the city of Rome, which is defended by 50,000 soldiers. Sextus, you are confused. Look at your soldiers. They know very well. After being reminded by his father, Sextus was surprised to find that some of his men were silent, some looked embarrassed, but most of them were surrounding the old men, asking about the situation at home in the city. They looked quite excited. Sextus then remembered that among the squadron he led, there were not many citizens like him who grew up in the city of Rome. Most of them were refugees who had just arrived in Rome in the past decade. They did not have a strong sense of identity with Rome, so he was afraid that they would not be able to resist such a temptation. So he reminded the soldiers loudly, "Don't forget that the people of Dionia are foreigners. They don't believe in Jupiter, Juno, and Vesta. They have a king. We can't rely on such a foreign country that is completely different from Rome. Rome is originally a city-state composed of many races. So is Dionia. It is said that many foreigners have become their senators, and their king has personally worshipped the temple of Diana, the temple of Vesta, and even our common gods, Ceres, Libel, and Libera. This shows that Dionia allows us to have our own gods. As for the fact that they have a king, there is nothing to worry about. Don't forget that when the nobles of Rome killed Marcus, they accused him of wanting to be a king. However, he is a hero of Rome who really cares about us common people. Therefore, it doesn't matter whether they have a king or not. What matters is whether they can treat us common people more fairly, so that we don't have to worry about debts and becoming slaves. Instead, we can get land and power. Another old man said loudly. The soldiers' eyes lit up when they heard the last few words. Yes, just like the 5 acres of land south of the river port, on the bank of the Tiber River. It is much more fertile than the land I used to have in the west of the city of Fadini. It is also much more convenient for farming. Sextus' father patted his injured leg and said happily, My family has also moved to Mount Palatine and lived in a large house belonging to my former creditor, the Claudius clan. I once knelt in front of the house and begged them to postpone the repayment of my debt. Ha ha ha, now I can become the owner of that house. Father, ooh. Hearing this, Sextus could only feel his vision turning black. That's right. I've already applied to become a citizen of Diolia, sharing the wealth of the former Claudius clan. According to their clan's style of seeking revenge for the smallest grievance, they will definitely treat our family as their mortal enemy. What are you still hesitating for? You are crazy. How dare you provoke the Claudius clan? Sextus replied angrily, but his face was filled with fear. Your father is not the only one who provoked the nobles. Many of the common people in the city are now stained with the blood of the nobles and their customers. They have always treated us cruelly in the past. Now, it is our turn to take revenge. Another old man said with hatred. Not only did the other old men agree with his words, but many of the soldiers also expressed their agreement. Sextus became silent. At this moment, his father tried to persuade him again. Son, the governor of Rome from Turiae, assists, has announced an order today. In 2 days, all the common people in Rome will gather at the square and elect a councillor to form the local council of Rome. Its function is to supervise and assist the governor of Rome in governing the city. Any common person can sign up. I have decided to participate in the election. Also, Governor Assists has also announced that the city of Rome will be divided into 9 districts. Considering that we do not have much experience in governing the city and are not familiar with the laws and system of the Kingdom of Dionia, the demo officers in charge of each district will be temporarily held by the officials of the Kingdom of Dionia. However, the demo adjutants will be selected from the common people of Rome. While they will assist the governor in governing the districts of Rome, they will also learn from the common people of Rome so that they can take on more important positions in the future. One of the important conditions for selecting the adjutants is that they must know Greek so that they can communicate better with the officials of Dionia. Sextus, you have learned Greek. I hope you can be the adjutant of the demo adjutant of Syrio. Sextus was still silent. Not only were the old people looking at him, but the soldiers were also looking at him, especially those who were hesitant. They were looking forward to their platoon leader's decision to help them make up their minds. If we enter Rome like this, will the people of Dionia not suspect us and attack us? When Sextus finally said this, the old men all smiled, and most of the soldiers breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, some soldiers reminded him worriedly, You want us to enter the city without weapons? If the people of Dionia go back on their word, we will be like lambs walking into a wolf's den. These words immediately angered the old people. Idiot, will I put my child in danger? You cannot trust the people of Dionia, but how can you not trust your parents? Are we going to enter Rome now? Sextus interrupted their complaints. How is that possible? We haven't seen our child yet. Some of the old people protested. In order for Dionia to defeat the nobles of Rome in the end, we must let more civilians leave the army led by Camillus, return to Rome, and join Dionia. Only in this way can we weaken the strength of the nobles of Rome and defend the interests we have just gained. Sextus' father reminded them loudly, since they had decided to betray Rome. Sextus completely settled down to think about the way out for them. Therefore, after thinking for a while, he said to the old people, "You should know that the dictator Camillus has always been very strict about the security of the camp. You can't go in. Let's go to the camp of the civilians first. There are also many civilians there that you can rope in. When the soldiers and I return to the camp, we will quietly tell the other civilians and soldiers about the changes in Rome. Of course, that includes your relatives. After dark, all the soldiers who are willing to leave will break out of the camp and join you. We will return to Rome together." Okay, let's do that. Sextus' father took the lead and agreed. During this period of time, Camillus had been worried about the invasion of the Dionysian army and the fall of Rome. Coupled with the continuous march over the past few days, he had not had a good rest. Exhausted by the Dever strategy, he had a rare good sleep that night. He even dreamed of driving away the people of Dionia and leading the army into Rome. Literature Hall, Chapter 8:26. "Sir, wake up. Something big happened, sir." Camillus was woken up by his adjutant, and his heart suddenly tightened. "What happened?" "There is a riot in the camp. Some soldiers attacked the guards of the camp and occupied the gate." "What?" "The Devers let some Rome civilians out of the city purely because they did not want to cause trouble for Camillus's Rome army. They did not have high expectations because they had carefully observed the camp built by the Rome army from the top of the city wall. It seemed that the defense was pretty good, and Camillus was cruel enough to refuse to accept his family. The Devers lamented that the dictator of Rome was indeed worthy of being called the father of Rome in his previous life. At the same time, they did not think that the cold-hearted and cool-headed dictator of Rome would allow these civilians to enter the camp and disturb the army's morale. However, all kinds of coincidences made the result of this matter greatly exceed the Devers' expectations. When he was woken up by Marcius in his sleep and learned that there was chaos in the Rome camp, he could not believe that it was caused by the group of old people that he let out in the afternoon. It was not until Amyntas, the commander of the First Legion, who was responsible for the defense of the northeast city wall, sent soldiers to select a few Rome soldiers and civilians who escaped into the city through the east gate and brought them to the Senate. After some questioning, the Devers learned that the chaos in the Rome camp was caused by thousands of Rome's civilians who wanted to escape the camp. Is this true, or is it Camillus's plan to lure the enemy? The Devers looked at the dark night outside the window and could not be sure. He ordered the legions to gather their troops and asked the intelligence department to immediately interrogate the soldiers and civilians who entered the city separately. In the end, when he made up his mind to take action, the commotion in the Rome camp was much quieter than before. However, he still sent the 2nd and 5th legions out of the south gate to attack the Rome camp. He also sent the 1st Legion out of the east gate to pick up the fleeing soldiers and civilians of Rome and repel the pursuers. Due to the suddenness of the incident, Camillus and the generals had devoted most of their energy to stabilizing the army and quelling the unrest in the camp that night. They had no spare energy to resist the attack of the Dionia, let alone send more troops to counterattack the Dionysian army. On the other hand, the Devers were not well prepared in advance. It was risky to attack the Rome encampment in the dark. Besides, they were worried that the Roman civilians who fled into Rome would be unstable and cause chaos. So the battle at night did not last long. But for the leaders of both sides, there were many thorny issues that needed to be resolved urgently. More than a dozen candles illuminated the Senate of Rome. The Devers paced back and forth in the center of the hall, his head lowered as he pondered. Behind him, Henneborus and Clotocatax accompanied him. At this time, the governor of Rome, Assist, strode into the hall. "What's the situation with the Rome civilians who fled into the city?" the Devers asked immediately when he saw him. The Assists immediately said, "Your Majesty, according to the results of our emergency statistics, a total of 275 Roman soldiers and 213 Roman civilians fled into the city. The administrative adjutant, Tonix, has organized 100 people from Rome who have applied for Dionysius citizenship to screen them. 2 nobles and 7 patrons of the nobles have been identified. The rest of the Rome civilians have been determined to be civilians. They are now temporarily under control in the barracks of the First Legion, waiting for your next instructions, Your Majesty. The Devers was delighted with the efficiency of the newly established city hall. He asked in a gentle tone, "What do you think we should do with them?" "When I came here, I have asked the census officer, Porticus, to tell them about the special bill Your Majesty has made for the civilians of Rome and persuade them to apply for Dionysius citizenship immediately. The Rome soldiers who have applied for Dionysius citizenship can immediately allocate them land and housing, and then let them go home. As for the Rome soldiers who are still unwilling to join our kingdom, we will temporarily let them serve as chores in the barracks for a period of time on the grounds of lack of manpower, so that it will be easier for us to keep an eye on them." The assist spoke with assurance. It was obvious that he had already planned for this. "Assists, you are very thoughtful." The Devers first praised him, and then said confidently, "These Rome soldiers risked their lives to rush out of the barracks in the middle of the night and return to Rome. I can see that most of them are willing to become citizens of Dionia. Even if there are a few who have not figured it out yet, there is no need to be too cautious. Just let them go home. Let the patrols pay more attention to them. Even if some of them have other intentions, they can't do anything in Rome now." "Yes, Your Majesty," the assists immediately responded. The Devers looked at him and suddenly smiled. "I understand now. You have long planned to let them go home, haven't you?" "Nothing can hide from Your Majesty's eyes," the assists replied respectfully. "Oh, you." Divers pointed at him with his finger. He wanted to criticize him, but he swallowed his words. He patted Divers on the shoulder and said, "I appointed you as the governor of Rome because I believe that you are the only one who can turn Rome into a city of Dionia. So you can rest assured and give orders boldly. Carry out your governance of the city. Don't worry about me." Divers nodded and said, "I appointed you as the governor of Rome because I believe that you are the only one who can turn Rome into a city of Dionia." "Yes." It was still the same answer, but this time the assist sounded a little excited. He took a deep breath and then said in a serious tone, "Your Majesty, there is a Rome soldier who strongly requests to see you. He said that he has an important matter to report to you. And this person is the only Rome platoon captain among all the Rome soldiers who escaped into the city. According to the others, this time the civilians of Rome were able to escape from the barracks, mainly because of his planning and leadership." "Oh," the Devers asked with interest, "what is his name?" "Lucius Sextus. I've brought him here. He's waiting outside the door." "Then let him come in," the Devers said with interest. As a citizen of Rome, it was the first time Sextus had entered the Senate of Rome. Of course, he had heard many stories about the layout of the Senate and the many things that happened in the meeting hall. He had also imagined that one day he would sit in this sacred place in a red robe and discuss the future of Rome. However, at this time, the people guarding the passage of the hall were not the soldiers of Rome with red helmets and red armor, but the guards of Dionia with black helmets and black armor. The ring-shaped hall, which was supposed to be a fierce quarrel, was now empty. There should be enough space for the senators to give speeches, but there was a long table and many wooden chairs in the center of the hall. Under the illumination of the candlelight, 3 people sat in the center of the hall. It seemed that the people of Dionia had transformed the sacred Senate of Rome into an ordinary meeting place. Sextus felt that he should be angry, but he could not summon the strength to do so. Instead, there was an indescribable feeling that made him feel a little uncomfortable. He walked to the center of the hall under the guidance of the palace guard, Marcius. The middle-aged man who he had been staring at said politely, "Please sit down, Sextus." Sextus sat down without hesitation and asked in Greek, "Are you the king of Dionia?" "I am." The Devers smiled slightly. We people of Rome finally abolished the monarchy because of the cruelty of the king 100 years ago and adopted a republican system of government. We made all the citizens swear that no one will ever be the king. As far as I know, many of the city-states in Greece have also changed from the monarchy to a democratic system. But Dionia has a monarchy. Do you think we people of Rome will accept the rule of a king? The Devers smiled faintly again and said, "If the people of Rome are satisfied with the system of Rome, why do you often fight with the nobles and even refuse to vote for the consul in the assembly?" Sextus had obviously thought about this and quickly replied, "There are problems with the republican system of Rome, but it is still better than the former monarchy. In my opinion, the government of a city-state does not depend on what kind of government it is, but on how many citizens it can benefit." The Devers emphasized, "The system of Rome makes the people of Rome, who account for about half of the total population, feel strongly dissatisfied and constantly fight against it. Although the kingdom of Dionia has a monarchy, every citizen in the kingdom owns land and can use the public land of the kingdom fairly. Every citizen can pay off their debts smoothly. Every citizen has the opportunity to serve as an important minister and senator of the kingdom. Every citizen must abide by the law, whether they are civilians or nobles. As long as they break the law, they will be punished. Even as a king, I still have to abide by the laws of the kingdom made by the Senate. Therefore, I will not brazenly take the wife of a citizen who is beautiful as my own. The last king of Rome was expelled because the wife of a citizen was humiliated by the royal family, because that would be punishable by law, the most serious punishment being death. I will also not forcibly rob the property of a citizen who is rich, because then I will commit the crime of theft. I will also not order the arrest or even the death of a person who is not pleasing to the eye, because the judges will refuse to execute the order, and the Senate will also protest." When Sextus heard this, he said in disbelief, "You made the monarchy of Dionia sound so good. Is it really carried out like this?" Chapter 8:27. Whether what I said is true or not, you can find out for yourself in the future when you become a citizen of Dionia. The Devers said non-committally and then asked, "Is there anything important that you want to tell me?" Sextus was still thinking about what the Devers had said. He was silent for a while, but the calm gaze of the Devers made him feel great pressure. He said reluctantly, "This morning, when we set off from Prinister, there were more than 60,000 soldiers. However, when we built the camp outside the city of Rome, I found that the number of soldiers had decreased a lot. At least 20,000 people had quietly left the camp," Sextus said as he observed the expression of the Devers. The Devers' heart skipped a beat, and countless thoughts immediately ran through his mind. Then he said carelessly, "It turns out that Camillus used the peace talks to confuse me, but secretly sent troops to attack Ostia. However, he underestimated the current Ostia. It is difficult to capture it in a short time with only 20,000 people. I believe that by tomorrow I will receive news that the garrison of Ostia has repelled the attack of the Rome army." After saying this confidently, the Devers comforted Sextus, who looked a little absent-minded. "Anyway, thank you very much for your reminder. As a civilian of Rome, you can be a squadron leader, which shows that you have excellent military ability. Have you applied to become a citizen of Dionia?" "I have," Sextus said in a low voice. In fact, when the officials of the household department asked him, he was a little hesitant at the time. However, under his father's strong request, he finally agreed. "Very good." The Devers looked at him with approval and said loudly, "Now, I have decided to appoint you as a squadron leader. You will be responsible for organizing the civilians in the city of Rome and forming a reserve team, ready to go into battle at any time. In the future, when Latin has been pacified and a new legion of Dionysia has been formed, you will be a strong contender for the position of legion commander if you have achieved enough military merits. Are you willing to accept this appointment?" After all, Sextus was a young man hot-blooded and heroic. It was in his nature to yearn for achievements. Although he had been depressed since he entered Rome, he was attracted by the appointment of the Devers and the bright future. He no longer hesitated and said, "I am willing." Marcius. Devers turned his head and said to the captain of his guards, "In a while you will personally take Sextus to Tormid and tell him about my appointment of Sextus. Also, let him be responsible for helping Sextus build the reserve team of Rome." "Yes, your majesty." "Sextus," the Devers asked again with a pleasant expression, "I think there are many civilians in the Roman army outside the city, but why are you the only ones who escaped from the camp?" This time, Sextus answered the question in a much more serious manner, because the Roman army has strict rules for building camps. The legions must be separated from each other, and they are not allowed to move freely during the night's rest. I took advantage of the time when the soldiers were having dinner and quietly told the civilian soldiers of our legion about the changes in the city of Rome. But I could not pass the news to the other legions. Some of the civilian soldiers who received the news did not leave with us. But I believe that because of the chaos we caused in the camp tonight, the news will spread to the entire army by tomorrow. The Devers nodded calmly and said with concern, "Sextus, thank you very much for coming to warn us. Although we have taken precautions, this is still a great contribution. When you led the civilian soldiers out of the camp and escaped back to Rome, you have already made a great contribution. According to the military law of Daionia, the kingdom will reward the soldiers who made great contributions with more land and other materials. You must be very tired after working hard all day. Hurry up and go home to reunite with your family and have a good sleep. Tomorrow, I will summon all the people in the city to gather in the square and personally award you the reward. I will also announce your appointment at the same time, so it will be more convenient for you to carry out your next task. Oh, yes, there is also a house. With your contribution, you deserve a big house." Sextus hurriedly said, "I heard from my father that our family has moved to a big house." "Oh," the Devers smiled and said, "Can you find your home tonight? If not, you can stay in the barracks of the First Legion tonight. Tomorrow, you can attend the gathering in the square nearby. When you go home with the reward and appointment, your family will be even happier." "Your Majesty, I know where my home is. I can find it." Sextus was a little incoherent. He hurriedly walked out of the Senate, reached out to wipe the fine sweat on his forehead, and let out a long sigh. In his original imagination, the king of Daionia must be a dignified and domineering person, but he did not expect the king to be so kind and so caring and warm to him. He originally wanted to question the government of Daionia and even make a big fuss about being imprisoned, but in the end he almost learned from others and said the honorific title of king, which made him feel ashamed and a little confused. He turned back and looked at the Senate under the dark sky. In the flickering candlelight he found that the door, which used to be sacred and insurmountable to him, was now so shabby in his eyes. After a long time he moved his legs and walked forward, faster and faster. "Father, don't you think it's too risky to let the Rome soldiers who have just escaped back to the city pick up weapons and form a reserve team?" Clotocatax, who had been quietly listening, asked worriedly after Sextus left, "It's good that you are vigilant." The Devers first praised his son, and then patiently explained, "Just like what I said to the assists before, even if the Rome reserve team really rebelled, they will not be able to do anything to the city of Rome, which is guarded by more than 40,000 troops. On the contrary, it will be easier for us to supervise them if we gather them together for training. At the same time, we can also take the opportunity to show the people of Rome our tolerance. We can use them boldly, and we can eliminate the doubts in the hearts of the civilians. Also, Henri." The Devers suddenly remembered something. "Write it down. Inform the assists tomorrow morning to bring the families of the nobles of Rome here when the meeting is held in the square. Not only do we have to reward Sextus, but we also have to distribute land and houses to the civilians of Rome who have escaped back and applied for citizenship of Daionia. Your Majesty, this is a great idea." Henri Boris could not help but praise, "Not only can we let more civilians of Rome in the city be influenced to join Daionia, But we can also let the civilians of Rome who have already joined Ionia have no choice but to be more loyal to the kingdom due to the hatred of the families of the nobles." The Devers looked at the thoughtful Clotho Catax and asked, "Clotho, what do we need to do now?" Clotho Catax pondered for a moment and replied, "Reinforce Ostia." "That's right. Camillus must have realized the importance of Ostia to us when he secretly sent troops to attack Ostia. Now that the army of Rome is in a difficult situation, he will definitely attack Ostia with all his might. Even though Terrace has sent people to report to me that he has been strengthening the defense of Ostia, the walls of Ostia are not high and are of little help to the soldiers defending the city. Furthermore, there are only 3 reserve brigades from Turii in Ostia. These soldiers lack real combat experience like Terrace. I am a little worried." The Devers paced back and forth worriedly. Soon he stopped and said, "Clotho, immediately rushed to the camp of the 5th Legion. Let Legion Commander Georges lead the 5 brigades to the pier on the other side of the bridge to board a boat and rush to Ostia overnight to reinforce Terrace. The rest of the troops of the 5th Legion will be temporarily under the command of Legio for Commander Olivers." Clotho Catax did not immediately accept the order. He hesitated for a moment and suddenly said loudly, "Father, I request to follow the 5th Legion to Ostia and participate in the battle." The Devers was stunned. "You can participate in the battle here. There's no need to go to Ostia," Henneborus persuaded. Clotho Catax did not say anything. He only straightened his chest and looked at his father with a resolute expression. The Devers could feel the eagerness in his eyes. He pondered for a moment and said, "You can go, but you must promise me one thing." "As long as you let me go, I can promise you anything." Clotho Catax's face was filled with joy and immediately replied, "You must listen to the orders of the governor of Ostia, Terrace, and Legion Commander Georges. You are not allowed to act on your own. Can you do that?" "Yes." "Then bring 50 palace guards with you." "Thank you, father." Clotho Catax excitedly gave the Devers a strong hug and quickly walked out of the Senate. "Your Majesty, I think it is still a little dangerous to let His Highness Clotho go to Ostia alone," Henneborus advised worriedly. The Devers stared blankly at the exit of the hall and sighed softly. If a chick is always under the protection of its parents, it will never learn to fly. It is rare that he is willing to take the risk. Let him go. That night, in the big tent of the Rome camp, the candles were also brightly lit. Dictator Camillus was in a tense discussion with his generals. Chapter 8:28. "Sir Dictator, I have implemented strict control over the legion. I lead according to your orders. I have isolated all those who have come into contact with the rebel soldiers and issued an order. Anyone who spreads and discusses this matter will be severely punished. Now the situation is temporarily under control," Licinius reported to Camillus. Before Camillus could speak, Quintus rebuked, "Licinius, you still have the nerve to say that the situation is under control? If it weren't for your lax management of the legion you lead, how could the camp be in chaos tonight? It has brought great trouble to our entire army. Dictator, I think Licinius should be punished first. I didn't manage the legion strictly. Let everyone be the judge. From the beginning of the expedition until now, who led the legion that was always criticized by Sir Dictator because of military discipline? Of course, Licinius could not allow Quintus to slander him, so he said sarcastically, "You should be thankful that the legion under my command happened to fall into the trap of the Dionia, so there was no major turmoil in the camp. If it were the troops led by you, I'm afraid the entire camp would have fallen into chaos." In fact, what Licinius said was not unreasonable. The legion he led was in the southeast corner of the camp, and the troops led by Quintus were in the center. If Quintus soldiers knew about this, the news would soon spread in all directions, and it would be difficult to control. But Quintus did not think so. He thought that Licinius was humiliating him. He immediately pointed at Licinius and scolded angrily, "You damn commoner, I'm afraid you've been dissatisfied with us for a long time. This time, the damned Ionia gave you a chance, so you deliberately let the commoners in the legion go so that they could return to Rome and rob our land and wealth. Faced with such slander, Licinius was so angry that his face turned red. Shut up, you thug in the eyes of the commoners. If it weren't for the greed and brutality of nobles like you, who forced the commoners into a corner, how could they be so easily tempted by the Ionia and betray Rome? The two former military and political officials who had once worked together and fought side by side actually started cursing at each other in the tent. Seeing this situation, the generals in the tent all had ugly expressions. Enough, all of you shut up. It was Camillus's roar that stopped the two of them from arguing. Camillus rarely lost his temper, but tonight he was obviously angered by the irrationality of the two of them. He pointed at the two of them with trembling hands and said, "It seems that the Dionia's attempt to sow discord has finally worked. Even the two of you are quarreling because of this. It's impossible to take back Rome now." When Quintus and Licinius heard this, although they still glared at each other, they could not help but feel a little ashamed. At this moment, Aulus asked worriedly, "Honorable dictator, the hateful Dionia is quite vicious in implementing such a measure in Rome. Once the news spreads, most of the commoners and soldiers will want to escape, and the nobles will be worried about their families in the city. I'm afraid they won't listen to our orders with ease. What should we do?" As soon as he finished speaking, Frius also said eagerly, "The news in Rome has not only spread to the soldiers under Licinius. I'm afraid the people outside the camp have also learned about it. We can't completely block the news. In a few days, I'm afraid it will spread throughout the army. Forbid the soldiers from contacting the people, and try to persuade the people to temporarily live near the city of Prinister." Camillus made a decision with a solemn expression. This was obviously contrary to the order he issued a few days ago. He sighed helplessly. "Even so, it can only be for a while. In order to prevent the morale of the army from wavering, we must lead the army to leave Rome." Leave Rome? When Quintus heard this, he immediately objected loudly. "That's impossible. The soldiers have worked hard to rush back from Helnice, hoping to take back Rome. Rome is right in front of them, but you want them to leave. I'm afraid no one will be willing to obey this order. If we don't leave, are we going to let them attack the city? With the current situation of the army and the current situation in Rome, we have no chance of winning the city of Rome." Licinius' words made the generals in the tent sad. They had already learned from the commoners and soldiers that the Dionia had taken cruel measures against the nobles in Rome. The surrender of the commoners, and the retreat of the senators to the Capitoline mountain with only a few troops. The Dionia had basically taken control of the situation in Rome. A sorrowful atmosphere began to pervade the tent. At this time, Camillus said in a deep voice, "I want everyone to pay attention. Although we have secretly sent Titus to lead the army to attack Ostia, the soldiers should be aware of the departure of such a large army. If the Dionia learn about this from the soldiers who have escaped into the city, then our plan to capture Ostia will be exposed. In order to prevent the reinforcements of the Dionia to Ostia, we must lead the army to leave Rome and go to Ostia. This will greatly prevent the soldiers from escaping, and we can recapture Ostia faster. Although the soldiers are emotional, I believe that the strict military law and your ability can make them obey orders." The generals looked at each other. Although they all looked troubled, no one expressed any objection. At this moment, they all knew in their hearts that this was probably the best way in the current situation. After capturing Ostia, what should we do next? Aulus continued to ask. After capturing Ostia, negotiate peace with the Dionia, or depending on the situation, besieging the Dionysian army here, then attack Rome with full force. Camillus's tone was not very sure, and his expression was a little hesitant, showing that he was also a little confused. After all, these political measures implemented by the Dionia in Rome clearly showed that they did not just want to teach the people of Rome a lesson and ruthlessly plunder them, but had a long-term goal. If they wanted to reach peace talks and make the Daionia withdraw from Rome, it would probably be very unlikely. But attacking Rome might cause the soldiers to split, and the current Rome army could not afford a defeat. Camillus was good at military affairs, but weak in politics. Otherwise, he would have been easily expelled from Rome when he captured the city of Venus, which the other Rome senators could not capture for many years and won great prestige. During the last time he was the dictator, Marcus led the civilians in a fierce confrontation with the nobles, and he could not mediate the conflict between the two sides. In the end, when others avoided him, he actually signed his name on the arrest order of Marcus, and in the end he also acquiesced to the Senate killing Marcus, causing him to be insulted by the civilians every day for a period of time. Now, King Dioria used more intense political means to intensify the conflict between the nobles and the civilians in Rome. Camillus, who had suffered greatly in this aspect, now had to face this problem. Not only could he not think of a good way to solve it, but he also felt a little afraid. I hope that in the next period of time, everyone will treat the soldiers equally and not cause any more conflicts. Camillus continued to emphasize that this was the only way he could take. His serious eyes swept across every general in the tent and stopped on Quintus for a while. Quintus snorted, but did not say anything to refute. Everyone could hear the reluctance in Camillus' words, but in the face of the current difficult situation, they also could not come up with a better way. So although they remained silent, they tacitly agreed with Camillus's plan in their hearts. A guard broke in and broke the silence in the tent. Sir Dictator, the troops stationed at the river port have sent a messenger to report that dozens of ships have appeared upstream on the Tiber River, lit with torches, loaded with soldiers, and sailing downstream. The faces of everyone in the tent changed, and a sentence emerged in their hearts at the same time. The people of Daionia really want to reinforce Ostia. After Titus found that the front of Ostia was full of traps, he did not rashly order the army to continue the attack. Instead, he sent all the heavy infantry with long shields to protect themselves. Despite the rain of arrows and stone bullets fired from the top of the city wall, they patiently cleared the traps on the ground. Although they paid the price of some casualties, most of the traps in front of the trench were cleared by nightfall. Since Ostia was only a small city, and the Roman army only needed to attack the east and south sides, the length of the city wall was less than 2 miles. So Titus divided the entire army into 5 waves, taking turns to attack. When the first wave of soldiers attacked the city, the other troops would lie on the ground at the back to rest as soon as possible to recover some of the physical strength they had consumed during the day. When the Roman soldiers filled the trench and rushed to the bottom of the city, while the Daionia defenders were fighting the Roman soldiers who were attacking the city, Titus ordered his men to drive a pack of carts to the trench. He then unloaded the tarred wood in the carts and lit them with fire. The fire provided illumination for the Roman soldiers to continue the attack. In addition, Titus also came up with a clever trick. When a wave of soldiers suffered a setback and had to retreat, he did not immediately send a second wave of soldiers. Instead, he quietly pushed the ballistae forward. As the fire only illuminated the bottom of the city, the wilderness 100 meters away began to be shrouded in darkness. The Daionia ballistae at the top of the city wall could not see far away, so naturally they could not fire accurately. On the contrary, the Roman ballistae could see the situation at the top of the city wall. So when they entered the firing range, 200 to 150 meters away from the city wall, they began to fire stone bullets. Although most of the stone bullets hit the wall, the splashing stone chips caused a certain amount of damage to the densely packed defenders at the top of the city wall. Chapter 8:29. After a period of continuous bombardment, Titus sent a second wave of soldiers to continue the siege after a period of rest. The defenders of Daionia, on the other hand, were busy defending against the attacks and dodging the stone projectiles. As time went by, the Roman soldiers gradually began to match the defenders in terms of physical strength and energy. In addition, there was another thing that gave the defenders a headache during the siege by the Roman soldiers. Other than the soldiers who were climbing the ladders, The rest of their heavy infantry were not idle either. They used their long shields to protect themselves while throwing javelins at the top of the city wall. Using the heavy infantry to throw javelins was a tactic used by the soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia. Camillus noticed the power of this tactic after the battle between Wolsey and the Dionia. He began to try it in the battle against the Helnici and achieved some results. Before the attack, when Camillus and Titus were discussing how to attack Ostia, they mentioned the use of this tactic again. Although the heavy infantry of Rome did not go through long-term training like the soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia, and their javelin throwing was not only accurate, powerful, but also full of tactical variations, the low walls of Ostia increased the lethality of the javelins thrown by the Roman soldiers. And the fact that the heavy infantry of the Roman army far outnumbered the defenders at the top of the city wall became the key to suppressing the defenders of Dionia with javelins. After one wave of Rome's siege soldiers retreated, another wave of fierce attacks came. The continuous impact was like a raging tide. The casualties of the defenders of Dionia increased, and the strength of their defense decreased. The enemy had already attacked the top of the city wall several times. Titus had no choice but to send a reserve force. However, as he lacked experience, he did not break up these temporarily formed fresh troops. Instead, he assigned them to the defenders at the top of the city wall and let the reserve soldiers of the legion command them. Instead, he asked them to replace the vacant positions at the top of the city wall. As a result, the strength of the defense was not greatly enhanced. Instead, there was a lot of chaos. "General, look, the wall has collapsed." His entourage pointed to the front and began to cheer. Titus also could not suppress the ecstasy in his heart. A few days ago, the walls of Ostia had just been baptized by Dionia's ballistae. Although they had been repaired, it was not enough for them to fully recover in just a few days. After that, they were attacked by Rome's ballistae again. Finally, a section of the walls let out a wail and collapsed, accompanied by the exclamations of the soldiers on both sides. A gap was revealed after the dust dissipated. When Titus saw this, he would not let go of the opportunity to break the city wall. He immediately ordered, "Stop the ballistae bombardment. Everyone press forward and attack immediately." Although it was said that the entire army was pressing forward, in fact, only the militia of Rome participated in the attack with all their might. After all, they had marched for a long time during the day and continued to fight at night. Although there was a break in between, all the soldiers were extremely tired. Coupled with the fact that they did not care about casualties, the Latin and Etruscan allies were in a lot of trouble. Their generals had protested to Titus many times, and their soldiers had begun to fight passively. Only the militia of Rome, which had less than 5,000 soldiers, was supported by the belief of reclaiming their motherland. Under the constraints of strict discipline, the collapse of the walls of Ostia had given them hope of success. With a loud bugle, they roared angrily and launched another fierce attack on Ostia. The high morale of the Rome soldiers also influenced the troops of their allies. They reluctantly followed behind. Georges had always been a cautious man. With Clotocatax, he became even more cautious. So he arranged for 4 fast ships to take the lead in the front, and the other ships to travel side by side. There was a large gap between the front and the back. All the ships lit their torches, and like a fire dragon, they swam downstream. Georges's caution worked. On the way, one of the pilot ships collided with the fast ship that was going to report to the city of Rome and sank. Another pilot ship failed to control the direction of the river, hit a reef, and sank. All the transport ships were not seriously affected, and they safely approached the mouth of the Tiber River. However, the soldiers on the ships were shocked by the scene on the shore in the distance. It was almost late at night, but the sun had not yet risen. The waning moon was still hanging in the sky, and the sky was still dark. It was the best time for people to sleep. However, in the direction of Ostia, fire was blazing, and the sound of killing was deafening. Could it be that Ostia had fallen? Whether it was Georges, the officers of all levels, or the soldiers, They all had the same worry in their hearts. With the guidance of the distant fire and the port lighthouse, and to not attract the enemy's attention, Georges immediately ordered, "Extinguish the torches on all the ships!" Soon, the patrol ships of the port came out to greet them. After learning that Ostia had not fallen, the fleet quickly sailed into its port. After the ship docked, Georges was the first to go ashore. He was surprised to see countless people dressed as sailors gathering together and putting on their armor. The arrival of the soldiers of the 5th Legion was warmly welcomed by them. After Georges asked, he learned that the Roman army had been attacking the city since dusk and had not stopped. They lit up a lot of fire outside the city as lighting to facilitate the attack of the Roman soldiers. Due to the continuous fierce attack of the Roman army, the reserve troops led by Terrace suffered a lot of casualties. Not only did he send the reserve troops made up of Latin refugees and slaves to the top of the city, but he also gathered the sailors of the Civil War ships at the port, ready to provide reinforcements. With the help of the sailors of the 3rd Fleet, the soldiers of the 5 companies of the 5th Legion quickly went ashore. Under the leadership of Georges, they quickly rushed to the city. At this moment, a cry of alarm came from the front. "Oh no! The wall has collapsed!" Georges was shocked. The situation was urgent. He immediately ordered, "Everyone advance quickly!" The continuous hard battle and the collapse of the city wall had shaken the morale of the soldiers on the city wall. At this time, the Roman army took the opportunity to launch an attack of a much larger scale than before. The black mass of Roman soldiers had not yet crossed the trench. Some of the freed slaves on the city wall had never seen such a big scene before. They turned around and fled. Terrace hurriedly led the guards to stop them. He decisively killed the slaves who led the escape to stabilize the morale of the soldiers. However, the city wall was more than a mile long. He could only care about one side but not the other. As the enemy approached, the chaos on the city wall did not subside. Instead, it increased. The flustered Terrace did not even have time to assign troops to block the gap. In the end, even he lost confidence. Just when he was at a loss and was about to give up, woo! A familiar bugle sounded in the city, followed by a uniform chant. The great Hades, you are the guardian of the kingdom, the master of the night, the embodiment of justice and strictness. Before Terrace could respond, the reserve soldiers on the city wall had already begun to shout, "Our reinforcements are here! Our reinforcements are here!" Under the illumination of the fire in the city, in order to make it easier for the soldiers to fight on the city wall, Terrace learned from the people of Rome and lit a fire in the city. A long black line was rushing down the city wall along the street. The face of the tall soldier at the front was now clear. He was wearing a thick dogskin. He was holding a legion flag in his hand, and the statue on top of the flag was shining brightly. "The 5th Legion! It's the 5th Legion!" A sharp-eyed soldier shouted. Ostia was saved. The reserve soldiers of Ostia had regained their confidence. The reserve soldiers of Ostia, who were panicking, gradually fled. Terrace also calmed down. Titus, who was outside the city, also heard the bugle and chant. He did not expect that it was the enemy's reinforcements. He thought that the general of Dionia was using this to encourage the soldiers to defend with all their might. After all, based on his experience, there would be no enemy reinforcements at this time. He frowned and muttered, "At this time, the people of Dionia still have such morale. Just like the dictator said, the army of this kingdom is not to be underestimated." At this time, someone in the city shouted, "Is Sir Terrace here? Sir Terrace!" Terrace held onto the battlements and looked down. He saw a young officer in a black helmet and black armor, with a red tassel on his head, walking along the city wall while shouting, "I am Terrace." He immediately responded. The officer hurriedly saluted and said, "I am the adjutant of the 5th Legion commander, Georges. The Legion commander wants me to tell you that he will lead the troops to block the gap. He wants you to focus on the defense of the city wall. Soon, Reinforcements made up of the sailors of the Third Fleet will come to the city to reinforce you." After discussing with the adjutant of the Fifth Legion, Terrace urged the officers on the city wall to lead the soldiers back to their respective sections of the wall. He also arranged more light infantry on top of the gap and began to prepare enough asphalt. This was because Georges was ready to return the pain that Legio first suffered when they attacked the city of Rome to the people of Rome. Titus saw from afar that under the burning city wall, the brave Roman soldiers continued to rush into the gap under the rain of arrows. He was excited and thought that victory was in sight. Who knew that not long after, the entire gap was blocked by Roman soldiers. His subordinate, who went to scout for news, came back and reported, "The Dionysian army is blocking the gap. The soldiers can't break through their defense for the time being." At this time, the messenger sent by Camillus had also arrived outside of Ostia. As it was dark, the messenger did not dare to gallop, so he fell behind the fleet. He reported to Titus, "The Dionia have sent a few thousand soldiers from Rome. They are coming down the river by boat." Titus felt as if he had suffered a heavy blow, but there was still a glimmer of hope in his heart. He ordered the military drums and bugles to be played to encourage the soldiers to attack bravely. At the same time, he sent his men to the bottom of the city wall to closely observe the changes of the battle. At the same time, he also called back the Etruscan allies who were dawdling at the back of the attack team and ordered them to line up at the back in case of any accidents. Chapter 830. Georges brought 4 heavy infantry battalions and 1 light infantry battalion. He ordered 4,000 heavy infantry battalions to quickly form an arc-shaped defense line inside the breach of the wall. It was like a tough fishing net that trapped the Roman soldiers who rushed into the breach. As more and more Roman soldiers rushed into the defensive circle, the space was compressed and the number of soldiers became denser, which made it easier for the defenders to attack. Many Roman soldiers struggled in the flames when cans of tar were smashed into the wall. The tragic scene at the breach of the western wall of Rome reappeared, but this time the roles were reversed. Coupled with the powerful attack from the Fifth Legion, the disorganized and extremely tired Roman soldiers were finally overwhelmed by fear, and they were defeated. After Titus received the urgent news from his men, even though he was extremely unwilling and in pain, he still issued the order to retreat to avoid the enemy's counterattack along the wall, which would lead to more losses. In fact, after the Fifth Legion rushed out of the breach, they continued to pursue the enemy, but they were counterattacked by the Etruscan coalition army. Although they were intercepted, the Etruscan soldiers' attack was not strong and did not cause any damage to the Fifth Legion. After the cautious Georges received the news, he immediately ordered his troops to stop the pursuit. Because the situation outside the city was unclear at night, he was afraid of being ambushed by the Roman soldiers, especially when Prince Clotocatax was in the team. Although the noble young man was sensible and had always followed orders, fighting at the back of the team, and did not cause Georges any trouble, it was better to be safe than sorry. In the end, Georges withdrew the pursuing troops back into the city. Not long after the battle in Ostia ended, the next morning came. The City Hall of Rome held a public meeting in the square according to the Devers' suggestion. The Devers commended the Roman civilian soldiers, led by Sextus, for their bravery in breaking away from the Roman army and defecting to Dionia. They were rewarded with more land, which further aroused the people's enthusiasm to join Dionia and to contribute to Dionia. Of course, it also deepened the resentment of the aristocratic families against the civilians of Rome. During the meeting, the Devers received a report from the garrison on the city wall. There were movements in the Roman military camp outside the city, and there seemed to be signs of withdrawal. Although the movement of the Roman army outside the city was the main concern of the Devers, he believed that it was more important to speed up the loyalty of the civilians in Rome. So he insisted on finishing the meeting before rushing to the south wall. It was already noon. Most of the camps that the Roman army had worked hard to build yesterday had been demolished. Almost no one could be seen walking around. According to the reports of the soldiers, throughout the entire morning, the camp in front of them was noisy, and there were even sounds of fighting. And according to the news from the scouts, the Roman army was divided into several groups and slowly marching to the west. Amyntas, Martones, and several other legion commanders suggested that they should take advantage of the enemy's retreat and panic to send troops to pursue and even force the enemy to engage in a battle. After careful consideration, the Devers did not accept the suggestion because he did not think that Camillus would be careless when the army retreated. Besides, he did not want the legions that had just experienced a war to fight the Roman army, even if they had already split up a lot of their troops and were greatly weakened. After all, the desperate soldiers of Rome were very likely to have a strong fighting force and cause the Dionysian army to suffer heavy losses. However, the Devers summoned the new captain of the Roman reserve force, Sextus, and asked him to select good Roman soldiers to ride on the horses collected from the city and follow the cavalry legion out of the city to carry out a special mission. After issuing this order, the Devers needed to hold an emergency military meeting with Tornid, Printos, and the legion commanders to discuss the large-scale reinforcement of Ostia. Judging from the direction of the Roman army, there was no doubt that their target was the small city at the mouth of the Tiber River. At the same time, not far from the west of the city of Rome, 2 cavalry legions caught up with the marching Roman army. They lured away more than 1,000 Roman cavalrymen who were responsible for the flank defense. After that, Sextus led a few dozen civilians who were eager to make new contributions and rushed to the vicinity of the Roman army. Then, the Roman soldiers were surprised to see these enemies dressed in the uniform of Roman soldiers. When they were within 20 to 30 meters of them, they began to shout, "Citizens of Rome, I am Sextus. I used to be a civilian of Rome, but now I have joined the kingdom of Dionia." "Why do you want to join them?" "Because the kingdom of Dionia has given me more and better land in Rome, more luxurious and spacious houses, and more equal rights. These originally belonged to the nobles of Rome, but now they belong to us. Civilian soldiers, don't hesitate anymore. Quickly leave this hopeless army and join us. Join Dionia. You will get everything you have longed for before. You will also be reunited with your families, smoothly. Don't hesitate. Leave now." The shouts of Sextus and the others stirred up waves among the Roman soldiers. In the residence of the leader of the Abenellum, Gurney sat in the living room. His expression was solemn, but he was no longer as worried as he was a few days ago. His eyes were shining as he stared at the door. Not long after, a few of his trusted subordinates arrived one after another. "I have decided to follow the request of the messenger of Dionia and send messengers to the Helpini tribes in other areas." Hearing this, the others understood that when Gurney said that he was going to send messengers, he was actually sending people to infiltrate other areas of the Helpini tribe to spread the accusation that Lescoc disobeyed the agreement and rashly tore up the alliance and started a war against Ionia without authorization, causing the tribes to suffer heavy losses, and demanded that Lescoc be punished for this. At the same time, he also spread that the leader of the Abenellum, Gurney, can help the tribes redeem their captive tribesmen from Dionia. After all, according to the decision of the Helpini Tribal Alliance, the Abenellum had been excluded from the Tribal Alliance, and all Helpini tribes were forbidden from interacting with them. "That's great, leader. We've been waiting for you to make this decision." Tidone shouted excitedly, "We've had enough of this period of time. The Catini, Pentini, and Caracini tribes have frequently sent messengers to warn us not to act recklessly during the war. Bah! Now it's time to let these guys who bully us taste the wrath of the Abenellum. Leader, we really shouldn't wait for the war to end. Although the Samnite high priest has sent messengers several times to say that as long as we support Lescoc, our past mistakes will not be pursued. However, everyone knows that as long as they win this war without the obstruction of Dionia, Lescoc will definitely use force against us. For our safety, we must seize this favorable opportunity and strike them first." Maione also expressed his support for Gurney's decision. "Of course, I understand Lescoc's plot and the dangerous situation we're in now." Gurney sighed. The reason why we hesitated before is that if we do so, not only will we have a war with Lesgok, but it will also worsen our relationship with the other tribes and the high priest, which will lead to a bigger war. Tidoni shouted again, "Do you think our relationship with the other tribes and the high priest is good now? Leader, do you remember when you were almost punished by them during the tribal sacrificial ceremony a few years ago? If there's a war, we can just wipe them all out, and then you'll be the first great leader of the entire Samanai." As soon as this was said, the faces of everyone in the living room changed. Gurney glared at him. "Don't talk nonsense. With our strength, it's difficult to even defeat Lesgok, let alone the other tribes. What we need to do now is to provide help to Dionia in return for Dionia's help." To be honest, Gurney was very envious of Tidoni's straightforward way of doing things, very much like when he was young. However, since he became the leader, he had suffered several setbacks. For the better survival of the tribe, there were many problems to consider, and it was impossible to do whatever he wanted. Gurney's eyes swept across the faces of everyone in the hall. They all showed a kind of suppressed excitement. He took a deep breath and said loudly, "Since you all agree with me, then we need to reconsider the relationship between Abenelem and Dionia. You all know that a few years ago, the king of Dever suggested to me to let Abenelem become a free city like Potentia. I didn't agree at that time. Now, if we carry out Dionia's plan, it means that we will be enemies with Beneventum and the other Samanai tribes. This will be an extremely difficult war. We need the full support of Dionia to win. So I've decided to let Abenelem join Dionia and become a free city in this kingdom." As soon as he said this, the hall became silent. This aggravated Gurney's worries. He coughed and hurriedly said, "If you don't agree, ha! Ha! Ha!" Tidoni laughed heartily. "Leader, you have finally made this decision. We are all relieved. When I participated in the Dionia rugby finals last year, the Gera players who played against us asked me strangely, Abenelem and Potentia are both free cities of Dionia. Why can the players of Potentia speak Greek, but most of you can't? Now some city-states and forces see us as part of Dionia and are quite envious of us. This often makes us feel embarrassed because we are not. Now we can finally rest assured." Literature Hall. Chapter 831. Yes, after Abenelem becomes a free city of Dionia, we can not only freely participate in the regional rugby and football matches, participate in the Hercules celebration, but also freely enter the various towns of Dionia to trade for the food and other goods we want. In the future, when Abenelem is in danger and in trouble, like last year's drought, Dionia can also help us at any time. Maione said excitedly. Gurney was stunned. This was completely different from what he had expected. He asked doubtfully, "Aren't you worried that Abenelem will no longer be our Abenelem in the future?" "Chief, what's there to worry about? Look at Potentia. It's been more than 10 years, but it's still the same Potentia. But the people there are much richer than us. More than 10 years ago, the Lucanians there were poorer than us." Mayon sighed with emotion. The others agreed with his words. Gurney suddenly understood. In the past few years, Dionia had repeatedly invited the Abenelem people to participate in the Dionia rugby finals and other celebrations. This broadened the horizons of the people who were originally trapped in the mountains. While enjoying the warm hospitality of the people of Dionia, they also saw the wealth and power of their southern neighbor. Not only did they let down their guard, but they also yearned for the Abenelem. Compared to the exclusion and oppression of Beneventum and other tribes, they were more willing to choose the kingdom of Dionia, where they were not of the same tribe. When Gurney thought of this, he felt lucky that he had made this decision in time, but he was also a little disappointed. He quickly composed himself and said in a low voice, "Maione, go see the messenger of Dionia immediately. Tell him that Abenelem is willing to become a free city of the kingdom and is willing to immediately implement the plan of Dionia. But once the plan is implemented, I believe that there will soon be other Hilpini tribes contacting us to ask for the ransom of their people. So you have to discuss with him how to implement the plan next." Owen. Gurney looked Mai in the eye and reminded him solemnly, "You must remind the envoy of Dionia not to announce that we have become a free city of Dionia for the time being. This will hinder us from recruiting the other Hilpini tribes. Moreover, we need the military support of Dionia to defend against the revenge of Beneventum and other tribes." "I'll remember that, leader. I'll do it right away." Mayan stood up and walked out. Quinduk was the leader of the Kautini tribe in the Niconia region. He had been in this position for more than 20 years. More than 10 years ago, under the orders of the then great leader Kautini, he led the Niconian warriors and participated in the invasion of Potentia. In the end, he was defeated and captured. He stayed in Dionia for more than 2 years before he was finally released and returned home. But unlike what happened to Gurney, he still received the support of the great leader and soon sat in the position of the Niconia region's tribal joint leader again. But a few years later, he, who was originally the most favored successor of the great leader of the Kautini tribe, lost to Segavani and failed to become the new great leader of the Kautini tribe. This was mainly because Segavani used the fiasco in Potentia to spread unfavorable rumors against him, causing many tribes to give up their support for him. The reason why Quinduk had been strengthening his relationship with Dionia was partly because he had seen the strength of Dionia and believed that Kautini, or even the whole of Simone, could not match it. Secondly, he had always been resentful of not being elected as the great leader. Since then, he had never been to Kautini, nor had he seriously carried out any of Segavani's orders. With the establishment of the small town of Popania in Annona, the contact between Niconia and Dionia became more and more frequent, not only in terms of trade and employment, but also in terms of culture and religion. This greatly benefited the tribes in the Niconia region. The people did not have to risk their lives to plunder every year, and they could eat their fill. When sick or in childbirth, they had the help of the priests of Hades and the doctors of Dionia, and they did not have to rely on praying to the gods, the other Kautini tribes needed to invade the Campanian alliance from time to time to ensure the survival and development of the tribes. But the tribes in Niconia only needed to develop quietly. After 7 or 8 years, their population had increased greatly, they had sufficient food, and they had better weapons. Dionia did not prohibit the trade of iron and weapons with Niconia. Thus, they became one of the largest towns in the Kautini region, no less than Kautini. Therefore, Quinduk, who had gained confidence, strongly criticized Segavani for violating the Treaty of Dionia and plundering the Campanian alliance many times. He also never allowed the tribes of Niconia to participate in such plundering. It was not because he truly wanted to be on good terms with the kingdom of Dionia and the Greeks. In fact, he never responded to the invitations that Dionia sent to Niconia to participate in the rugby finals and other celebrations. He also secretly restricted the priests of Hades that Annona sent to Niconia to preach. Because he only wanted to regain his position as the great leader, he always opposed Segavani and undermined his prestige. And the opportunity finally came. Segavani invaded the Campanian alliance again, but he was defeated by the Dionia and captured. When the tribes of Kautini fell into shock and sorrow, Quinduk jumped out and asked to immediately elect a new great leader to help the entire tribe survive this difficult time. However, the tribes led by Eusebik and the other leaders of Kautini were unwilling to let the Niconians, who had close ties with the Dionia and had even begun to believe in the gods of other races, take power. They first asked for help from the other tribes, causing a meeting of the 4 major tribes to quickly be held in Kautini. They secretly received a promise from the great leaders to declare war on Dionia and rescue the captured tribesmen. Then Eusebik and the others united the high priest and some other regional leaders to make a statement. The tribes of Kautini should now prioritize the rescue of their tribesmen, and the election of a great leader should be postponed. Seeing that the other tribes did not respond, Quinduk, who was alone, could only temporarily cease all activities and watch the development of the situation. The envoys sent by Kautini to negotiate were rejected by the Dionia, which made Quinduk secretly happy. But a few months later, the Samnite raid on the Downey region of Dionia surprised him, and the news that Dionia agreed to exchange captives, including Segavani, made him even angrier. But then the successive defeats of the samurai made him secretly happy again. On one hand, he publicly announced, since the captured tribesmen have been released, should the matter of re-electing a great leader be put on the agenda? On the other hand, he quietly sent people to various regions to spread the news, saying things like, "The reason why Kautini suffered such a crushing defeat was the result of Segovani's incompetence in command. Is a person who has been captured still qualified to be a great leader?" He used the same trick that Segovani had used on him back then on himself. Finally, this time, the tribes responded to Niconia's proposal and began to discuss the matter of re-electing a great leader. In the end, the location of this tribal assembly was set in Nola. Quinduk was happy about this because in the past, the location of the Kautini tribal assembly was often near Kautini in the Eastern Mountains, because that was the birthplace of the Kautini tribe. But Quinduk was not at ease. After all, it was too close to the tribes ruled by Segovani and Uzbek, and Nola was located in the Western Plains, close to Niconia, which was more advantageous for him. What he was excited about was that this was the result he had fought for, and it finally came true. It just happened to show that after the repeated failures, the tribes of Kautini had realized that they could no longer fight against Daionia, and his importance, who had a good relationship with Daionia, was highlighted. Realizing that he had one, Quinduk led the other tribal leaders of Niconia to Nola. Since the leaders of all the tribes of Kautini had gathered in Nola with their guards, the city could not accommodate so many people. Most of them camped outside the city, so the Nola area was filled with tents, herds of cattle and sheep, and a large number of people. The frequent conflicts not only gave the lowlands a headache, but also made the neighboring Campanian alliance nervous. They strengthened their vigilance while seeking support from Daionia. In order to avoid accidents, the lowlands shortened the process of the assembly. On the third day after Quinduk's arrival, the ceremony to elect a great leader officially began. More than 100 leaders and tribal representatives, because some of the leaders of the Kautini tribes were leading their warriors to fight against the Daionia in the east of the Samanai Mountains. They could not return in time, so they could only send representatives, gathered in the square in the city. Surrounded by warriors to maintain order, a wooden platform was built in the center of the venue, and 2 people sat in it. One was the joint leader of the lowland region, Sinani, and the other was the great leader of Kautini, Segovani, who had just been released. Quinduk had been watching Segovani since he came to power. He had not seen Segovani for 10 years. Compared to the arrogant image of Segovani when he was elected great leader 10 years ago, his face now was old and thin, his head drooping, and he looked dispirited. It seemed that he had suffered a lot during his captivity, which made Quinduk feel a burst of joy. At this time, Sinani stood up and said loudly to the audience, "Respected leaders, welcome to Nola! Today, we are gathered here for a very important matter that concerns all of us, the Kautini. Next, great leader Segovani will announce it. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. M. Chapter 832. After Sinani finished speaking, he took a deep look at Quinduk, who was sitting in front of him, then quickly lowered his eyes and sat down quietly. Over the years, because the Niconians were close to Daionia, they were not welcomed in other parts of Kautini. However, the relationship between Lola and Niconia was not bad. After all, the 2 sides were close neighbors, and the close relationship between Daionia and Niconia had also benefited Lola. There was even one time when Sinani had a fever and sought help from the priest, but to no avail. In the end, after Quinduk learned about it, he invited a doctor from Daionia to treat him. Thus, after Quinduk arrived in Lola, he immediately went to find Sinani. After getting the full support of the organizer, he was completely relieved. At this moment, the look in Sinani's eyes made Quinduk feel that everything was under control. Segovani stood up under the gaze of the crowd. The election of the great chief of the Samanai tribe was not necessarily held after the death of the previous great chief. Sometimes, when the great chief was old and weak and could no longer be competent, he would take the initiative to abdicate and use his remaining influence to ensure that the candidate he proposed could be elected. However, it was the first time in 100 years that Segavani was forced to resign from the position of great chief because he was captured by the enemy. Some of the leaders below the stage looked at him with disdain, pity, and schadenfreude. Segavani slowly straightened his chest and stood on the stage with his head held high. He glanced at the people below the stage, but there was no shame in his eyes. Instead, there was a trace of fierceness. He said loudly, "Before I announce the important matter, I first have to invite a few important people to the stage." Following the direction of his finger, the warriors on the side of the stage made way, and 4 people walked directly onto the wooden stage. There was a commotion below the stage, and all the leaders looked surprised. The 4 people were Great Chief Leeskog of Helpini, Great Chief Bartani of Pentine, Great Chief Kontruk of Karasini, and High Priest Johnny of Savone. Why did the 4 most powerful people in the entire Samanai tribal alliance, who should have been in the east of the Samanai Mountains, appear here at the same time? Why did they come? Every leader had the same question in their minds. For Quinduk, when he saw these 4 people appear, in addition to surprise, he felt even more uneasy. He immediately looked at Sinani on the stage, because when he met with Sinani before, he didn't mention that these people would appear in today's assembly. At this moment, Sinani lowered his head, not daring to make eye contact with him. After seeing the 4 people on the stage, Segavani greeted them with a smile. The uneasiness in Quinduk's heart intensified. He suddenly stood up, turned around, and walked out. The other leaders of Niconia also stood up when they saw this. "Leader Quinduk, where are you going?" Segavani's question came from the stage. "Where I go is none of your business." Even if the situation was a little bad, Quinduk's tone was still tough. "Our priests and the great chiefs of the other 3 tribes have unanimously agreed that Segavani was not only the great chief of Katini in the past, but he will also be the great chief of Katini in the future." High Priest Roan's words caused an uproar in the audience. According to tradition, the priests and the other 3 tribes have no right to interfere with the internal affairs of Katini. Quinduk roared angrily, "This is not the holy mountain, nor is it the territory of other tribes. This is Katini, who said they interfered with the election of Katini." Segavani sneered and looked around the stage. "If any leader objects to me continuing as the great chief, please stand up." As soon as his voice fell, some leaders shouted in the venue, "We support Segavani continuing to be the great chief of the Katini tribe." Although some leaders objected in their hearts, seeing that the situation was not good, they did not dare to stand up at this moment to avoid becoming the target of Segavani's revenge in the future. In the end, only a small group of Quinduk and the other Naconian leaders stood alone in the middle of the venue. "Segavani, is this the procedure of electing a great chief?" Quinduk asked loudly. "We are at war now. Everything should be simple for the sake of war. This is also the oracle of God Savone." High Priest Roan interrupted. "I can't agree with this wanton destruction of tradition. I will never agree with this rebel who relies on outsiders to steal the great chief." Quinduk pointed at Segavani and said sternly. He was about to leave with a face full of anger. However, more warriors rushed in from the periphery of the venue, using their swords and spears to stop him from leaving. "Segavani, what do you mean by this?" Quinduk's expression changed, and he angrily grabbed a spear pointed at him with his hand, rebuking sternly, "Do you want to kill your competitor in this sacred gathering? Then come, use this spear to pierce my chest, and let the people of Kautini see clearly what a despicable thing the great leader they elected is." Seeing this, the Naconian leaders behind Quinduk also shouted, "Everyone run! Segavani wants to kill us." Their shouts made some of the leaders panic, but about 1/3 of the leaders in the venue had already received the news in advance and did not move, so the venue did not get out of control. Quinduk and the 7 or 8 leaders of Niconia wanted to force their way out of the venue, but dozens of warriors with spears and wooden shields surrounded them. The atmosphere was very tense. Segovani shouted from the stage, "Leaders, I just said that I have an important matter to announce to you. Do you know why we suffered a crushing defeat when we raided the Campanian alliance? Because the Daionia already knew our invasion plan in advance and knew that the focus of our attack was Tessera, so they sent troops to Campania in advance and ambushed us along the route of our attack. In the end, it led to our crushing defeat. While I was in captivity, I thought hard and even secretly obtained some information. In the end, I confirmed that there was a traitor among the leaders of Kautini. They had close ties with Daionia and knew of our plans. They informed them in secret, which led to our ultimate defeat. So, who are these traitors?" Segovani's words made most of the leaders subconsciously look at Quinduk and the others who were surrounded at the edge of the venue. "The traitors are, of course, these people from Niconia." A leader from Kautini pointed in the direction of Quinduk and shouted angrily they had planned this long ago. Not only did they refuse to participate in the raid, but they also continued to be close to the Daionia when we were crying for our people who died in battle and were captured. They even worshipped the gods of the Daionia. If they are not traitors, who is? The words of this leader immediately reduced the sympathy many people had for Quinduk and the others. "Nonsense! Nonsense! Segovani, in order to cover up your own incompetence, you actually put a crime that does not exist on my head." Quinduk roared angrily. Segovani waved his hand forcefully and said loudly, "What are you waiting for? Arrest these traitors immediately." The warriors swarmed up and pressed Quinduk and the others to the ground. They quickly tied them up and gagged them. High Priest Roan spoke with a stern tone. "Everyone, we, the Simonians, have lived on this land for hundreds of years. Now, we are facing a great crisis. Not only do the Daonians want to occupy our land, but they also want to enslave us and make us worship their god. For the survival and continuation of our race, the 4 major tribes will unite to fight against Daionia. Any tribe that refuses to fight is a sinner of the Simonians and will be punished by Savone. Bring that traitor Quinduk here." Segovani shouted sternly. The warriors carried the struggling Niconia joint leader. When they passed by the venue, Quinduk cast a pleading look at the nearby leaders, but they hurriedly avoided him. When he came to the stage, he saw his enemy Segovani pointing at him and shouting, "Should we execute this traitor?" "Execute him! Execute him!" Some people under the stage kept shouting. Some were silent, but no one clearly expressed their opposition. Quinduk knew that it was difficult for him to escape. He widened his eyes and exerted strength in his legs. He suddenly broke free from the hands of the warriors behind him and slammed his head into Segovani, who was stirring up the crowd. If it weren't for Leskok's quick reflexes, pulling Segovani to his side, this great leader Kautini would probably have been knocked off the wooden stage. Amid the cries of the leaders, Quinduk, whose hands were tied behind his back, rushed down the wooden stage and hit his head on the ground. Immediately his head was covered in blood, and he fell to the ground, twitching. It was obvious that he would not survive. The leaders who witnessed this tragic scene were distressed. Segovani secretly heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly thanked Leskok. Then he glared fiercely at the other leaders of Niconia and said sternly, "Quinduk has already been punished by Savone. If you want to live, you must gather your people and declare war on the Daonians in order to obtain Savone's forgiveness. Make your choice." Some of the Niconia leaders still glared at Segovani, while others lowered their heads and said nothing. On the wooden stage, Leskok looked at Quinduk in a pool of blood, thinking to himself if only this was Gurney. But he understood that the relationship between Beneventum and Abenelum was completely strained. Both sides were like enemies, and it was impossible for Gurney to leave Abenelum like Quinduk and go to other parts of Samni alone. At this moment, he heard the great leader of Pentni, Bardeni, say, "We've finally helped Segovani solve this matter." Mobile version of the fastest updated website. M. Chapter 833. The great leader of the Karasini clan, Kontruk, said coldly, I hope the plan can be carried out smoothly this time, otherwise. Although the old man did not finish his words, Lescok knew that he was reminding him. The Samanese coalition's plan to attack the Downey region was mainly drawn up by Lescok. Apart from the initial success of the surprise attack, the following attacks all failed miserably. The three major tribes, Hilpini, Pentni, and Karasini, all suffered heavy losses. While being criticized by the other two great leaders, Lescok also realized that after obtaining the initial success, he was a little dizzy and forgot to carry out his original idea, not to fight the Daionia on flat ground, but to use the mountain battle that the Samanese were good at to deal with the enemy. However, the Daionia commander in the Downey region remained calm even after the successive victories. He was not tempted by the Samanese and rashly marched into the mountains. Lescok and the others finally felt that they could not gain any advantage in the Downey region, but they were unwilling to stop harassing Daionia so that Daionia could focus on destroying other enemies. So they had no choice but to turn their target to the west. The weak alliance of Daionia, the Campanian alliance, and the defenseless Lucania municipality seemed to be better targets to harass. Moreover, because Kayutini had suffered a crushing defeat before and a large number of warriors were captured, Kayutini did not send out too many warriors when the Samanai coalition attacked Downey. Thus, the losses they suffered were small. Coincidentally, the Kautini warriors who were previously captured had been released by the Daionia and returned to the tribe, making Kautini now the strongest of the four major tribes. Segavani, who had also just returned to Kautini, readily agreed after hearing the plan of the three great leaders. The reason was, of course, not only because of gratitude. The three major tribes used the hostages of Gruum in the Downey region to force Daionia to release the Kautini captives, but also because he needed the support of the other great leaders and high priests so that he could regain his position as great leader. Of course, he also hated Daionia, who had humiliated him greatly, and hoped to create great trouble for it. Both sides hit it off immediately. This was the reason why Leskirk, Kontruk, Bardani, and Johnny were here. Inona was a city on the northwest border of the kingdom of Daionia. Although the Samanai were at war with Daionia, and Inona bordered the Niconia region of the Kautini tribe, the city had always been peaceful. Every day, people or merchants would go to the small town of Popania in the northeast. However, on this day, the sentinels on the city walls saw a long line of people approaching from the northeast. They were carrying the elderly and the young, carrying bags on their backs as they rushed towards Inona in panic. At the front were a few priests of Hades in white robes. They rushed to the front of the city guards and shouted anxiously while panting. Leader Segavani led the army to capture the city of Niconia. We were informed by the Niconian believers who risked their lives to escape. Popania is in danger. I've already informed the town's officer Dermot, but there are still many people who haven't left. Hurry up and send reinforcements. Quick, quick. The governor of Inona was Adrianx. He had been in office for 3 years, and his term was coming to an end. However, due to the recent wars in Daionia that would not end in a short time, in order to ensure the stability of the kingdom, his term might be extended. Therefore, he continued to perform his duties with peace of mind. In the city hall, he received an urgent report from the captain of the city guards. He was shocked and immediately ordered, "Hurry up and sound the alarm. Let the whole city enter emergency combat readiness. Also, send someone to the barracks outside the city and inform General Xanaparis to lead the army to defend Popania." "Yes, sir." Looking at the back of the captain of the city guards, leaving in a hurry, Adrianx's expression was solemn. He knew that the peace of Inona had been broken and the war had come. While worrying about the life and death of the people of Popania, he remembered another important matter, so he immediately called for the clerk. "Send someone to Pompeii immediately and tell them that the Kautini have made a move. Let the Campanian alliance strengthen their guard, in case the Kautini invade again." Xantiparis originally came to Lucania City under the order of the Ministry of Military Affairs to form a reserve legion to replace the Legio III and take on the task of defending the entire northwestern region of the Kingdom of Daionia. At first, he set the garrison at the barracks near Grimentum, but after the Samni invaded the Downey area, Xanthoparis changed the garrison to near Annona. After all, it was the city closest to the Samni. Although it was the same for Copsa, he thought that Abenalum, as a barrier, was much more reliable than Narconia. Who knew that just as he completed the establishment of the Reserve Legion, the Ministry of Military Affairs would let Epetines take away for brigades from him, but would not allow him to expand, which made him feel quite helpless. Just as the Dionysian army and the Roman army were engaged in a fierce battle in Ostia, Segovani led the Samni army, holding the surrendered Narconian leader hostage, successfully entered the Narconia area, and forcibly occupied the settlements of the tribes that did not submit to him, including the Quindic tribe, threatening the lives of the tribes and their families to follow his troops to attack the small town of Popania in Annona. 7 years ago, the town was personally supervised by Assists, the governor of Annona. Benefiting from the frequent exchanges between Daionia and Narconia, it had become quite prosperous. Moreover, in order to show the sincerity of the Daionia to the Narconians and to dispel their vigilance, they did not set up too many defenses in the town. Coupled with the sudden arrival of the enemy, it was easily captured. Segovani captured the people of Daionia who were still in the town, then ordered the Narconian warriors to burn down Popania, forcing it to completely break with Daionia. Then, while leading the army back to Narconia, he sent troops to block the mountain road connecting to Annona. The reason why Segovani did not directly attack Annona was the decision made by several great leaders after the painful lesson in the Downey area. They targeted the weaker and more easily bullied Campanian alliance. When Segovani led his army into Narconia, nearly 10,000 Samni allied troops, who had been waiting in the small mountain pass town of Abella for a long time, quickly moved west, passing through Caesarea, and headed straight for the city of Atlas, which had once caused the Catini to suffer a great loss. Due to the Catini leaders' meeting held in Lola, the Campanian alliance, led by Naples, shifted the focus of their defense to the southeast. They did not guard against the surprise attack of the Samni from the northeast. Atlas, a small city on the border of the Campanian alliance's territory, quickly fell under the fierce attack of the Samni warriors. At the same time, after Segovani, who had burned down the town of Popania, returned to Narconia, he led 7,000 Catini warriors, including more than 3,000 Narconians, to the southwest to attack Pompey, which was only 20 miles away from Narconia. Pompey had been living in peace with Narconia for more than a decade because of Daionia. They never expected that the enemy would attack from the southeast, and the attack was so fast. In a hurry, most of the people outside the city did not have time to retreat into the city and became prisoners of the Catini. After receiving the order from Adrianx, Xanthoparis was not excited about participating in the battle. The reason was that there was only one battalion of soldiers in the barracks. This was actually very normal. Under normal circumstances, soldiers of a legion would bring their own rations and standard weapons from their homes to the barracks within 3 or 4 days and undergo a military training under the guidance of a military training officer. Unless the military training office of the Ministry of Military Affairs ordered the entire legion to train together, it was usually done by each battalion in turn. The military training of the barracks of each legion was the responsibility of the military training officers sent by the military training office of the kingdom's Ministry of Military Affairs. The legion commander had no right to intervene, but he could observe the training, understand the conditions of his soldiers, and give his own training suggestions. Only with the authorization of the king and the Ministry of Military Affairs could he command his own legion. Under such a serious situation, Xanthoparis should have gathered all the legion soldiers in the barracks, but this way, when the soldiers ran out of rations, they would have to rely on the barracks to provide food. Usually, food would be allocated from the nearby granaries, but now that food was scarce, Xanthoparis could only let the battalions take turns to be stationed in the barracks. Although there were only 1,000 soldiers in the barracks, Xanthoparis still gathered them without hesitation and quickly marched to Popania. At the same time, Xanthoparis also ordered the messengers to immediately rush to the 4 coastal towns of Annona, Posidonia, Elea, and Picassus, and informed the soldiers of the other battalions to gather in the barracks immediately. When Epiphanes came to mobilize the troops, Xanthoparis specially asked Epiphanes to take away the battalions mainly made up of the citizens of Gramentum, Nudum, and other inland towns of Lucania, leaving behind the battalions made up of the citizens of the coastal towns. This was for the sake of informing the soldiers to gather in the future and for the soldiers to reach the barracks more quickly. After the troops bypassed Ennona, they encountered many refugees along the way. They were shouting in panic, "The Catini are here! They have captured Popania." Mobile version of the fastest update website. Chapter 834. This caused the soldiers to speed up again and again. Xanthoparis, who was almost 60 years old, found it a little difficult even on a horse. After entering the mountain path, no matter how urgent it was, Xanthoparis had to slow down his troops to prevent being ambushed by the enemy. At this moment, the soldiers saw fire in the distance. The scouts sent out hurried back to report. The Catini had retreated and burned the entire town of Popania. By the time Xanthoparis arrived with his army, the bustling town built in the valley was already shrouded in flames. 3 headless corpses were placed in the open space south of the town, with a wooden sign next to them. A line of Greek words was written in human blood on it. "I have 134 Dionia people in my hands. Give me the captured Samnese warriors in exchange. Otherwise, they will end up like these corpses." The soldiers were furious when they saw this tragic scene. They all requested to chase after the enemy and rescue the captive people. The old Xanthoparis was certainly not as impulsive as the soldiers. He just asked the soldiers to collect the 3 corpses and line up in place, waiting for the scouts' report. Soon, the news that came back confirmed his guess. There seemed to be an ambush on both sides of the mountain path ahead, and there were Catini warriors waiting at the exit of the road. Xanthoparis led the army back without hesitation. He knew that the long-term peace between Niconia and Dionia had been broken, and the war had reached the northwestern border of the kingdom. Not only did he have to gather the reserve army as soon as possible to defend Ennona, but he also had to inform the Ministry of Military Affairs as soon as possible to send more troops or give himself more authority to lead troops. Otherwise, it would be difficult to deal with the upcoming war with just these 4,000 new soldiers. Pompeii was a small Greek city with a small population. Now that more than half of the residents were captives, even if the elderly and women of Pompeii took up weapons and went to the top of the city, it was difficult to resist Segovani's premeditated attack. The battle lasted until the afternoon, and the city was breached. The cheers of the soldiers made Segovani feel good, but he was still not satisfied. He needed more victories to wash away the humiliation he had suffered before. So he left some of the soldiers to garrison and continued to lead the army north along the coast. By dusk, they arrived at Herculaneum, only 15 miles from Pompeii. Herculaneum was located at the foot of Mount Vesuvius. It was also a small Greek coastal city, but it was richer than Pompeii because it was close to the Bay of Naples, thus becoming a subsidiary trading port of Naples' prosperous sea trade. But the Herculaneans had their own pride. They believed that their town had a longer history than Naples because it was founded by Hercules, as could be seen from his name. The people of Herculaneum were prepared for defense, having been informed of the enemy's attack by the Pompeians who had fled to Herculaneum beforehand. Seeing this, Segovani did not order another attack, but set up camp on the spot. Herculaneum's messenger had rushed to Naples to ask for help. But at this time, Naples was facing the threat of the Samnese coalition from the northeast. Originally, they were going to send the Campanian coalition to repel the enemy, but now that they heard that a large number of enemies were attacking from the south, the Neapolitans, who were likely to be attacked from both sides, immediately gave up on the idea of fighting. At the same time, they also sent messengers to Dionia to ask for help. Note, after the eruption of Mount Vesuvius in 79 AD, it was not only Pompeii that was buried under the volcanic ash, but also Herculaneum. Unlike Pompeii, which had been excavated, 75% of its town was still buried, and most of it was intact. After Daionia won consecutive victories against Asculum and Venosa, the Samnites were forced to retreat to the mountains. Even the mountain reconnaissance team reported that there were no traces of the Samnites in the hills at the border of the Dauni region. Obviously, the heavily injured Samnese coalition gave up on the plan to continue harassing the Dauni region. The kingdom of Daionia's commander in the Dauni region, Alexis, did not take advantage of the situation to lead the army to attack the Samnese region. On the one hand, it was because of the Devers' solemn reminder. Without absolute confidence, do not enter the Samnese mountains to fight the Samnese. More than 10 years ago, Alexis once led the Legio III to fight the Samnese in the Lucania Mountains. Although he won a small victory, he also felt the power of the Samnese warriors in mountain battles. Moreover, he was in Potentia at that time. If it was in the Samnese mountains, the terrain was unfamiliar, transportation was difficult, and they were in enemy territory. There was no doubt that they would have encountered more trouble. The second aspect was the problem of food supply. Alexis had gathered 3 legions and 1 cavalry legion, a total of nearly 30,000 people. The rations that the soldiers brought with them had been eaten up. The amount of food provided by the kingdom every day was not a small amount. Now that the king of Devers was leading an expedition to the Latinum region, the already small amount of rations would naturally be given to the expeditionary army. The Ministry of Military Affairs had already made a suggestion to Alexis. Since the Samnese had suffered heavy losses, they had stopped attacking the Dauni region. They hoped that he could disband some of the legions to reduce the food supply. In addition, a few days ago, the administrator of Argentum sent a messenger to Dauni, telling Alexis a piece of news. According to the pirates who came to the port to trade stolen goods, the former Pacetti king's son, Vardalca, who had escaped to the other side of the Adriatic Sea, was in the Epirus region gathering the Pacetti, Messapians, and Daunines who had escaped to the mainland of Greece. Therefore, Alexis finally decided to disband the 9th, 10th, and 2nd Cavalry Legions. However, as usual, they still had to keep a company stationed in each barracks. They also had to send another company of soldiers with 4 days of rations. The cavalry legions would send 200 cavalrymen to Asculum in the Dauni region. Alexis would lead them on duty there. In the barracks in the Dauni region, every 2 companies of soldiers of the 11th Legion would bring their own rations. They would rotate once every 4 days, under the command of Capus. The Dauni barracks were in the north, while Asculum was in the south. At the same time, there were a total of 4,000 soldiers and 200 cavalrymen guarding the borders of the Dauni region and the Samnese region. Supplemented by the citizens of the neighboring towns, it was enough to deal with the small and medium-sized Samnese invasion. Once the remnants of the enemy who escaped from Apulia landed in other locations in the Apulia region, the garrison of the other barracks could first resist them. Then the citizens who were ready for battle would quickly gather from the towns to the barracks under the orders of the messengers. They would form a complete legion and completely destroy the enemy. This way, the kingdom's military rations would be consumed very little, and the safety of the area was basically guaranteed. The reason why Alexis dared to do this was because the Apulia region was a plain. The terrain was basically flat. In addition to the main roads, there were also relatively smooth roads between the towns. From the city of Lusnia in the north to Argentum in the south, it would only take a little more than a day for the army to march quickly. However, because of this, the soldiers of the legion were relatively busy. They were always on the move. But for the warlike people of Messapi and Pacetti, it was exciting to have a war to fight, merits to be earned, and land to be divided. In the many exchanges between the Ministry of Military Affairs and the King of the Devers, the kingdom's current strategy for this war was attack from the north, defend from the south. The army led by the Devers was attacking in the Latin region, while the army led by Alexis had stopped in the Dauni region. In the southern region of Sicily, the army led by Leotychides did not retreat to defend. Instead, They used Selinus as a base to attack everywhere, looting all the villages and towns outside the cities of Mazara, Lille, Segesta, and other cities to ensure an adequate supply of food for the army. This was to achieve the goal of disrupting the order of Carthage's rule in Sicily and creating favorable conditions for future battles. Leotychides adopted a combat strategy of attack and defense. When the Devers led the army to the coast of Ladin, the drowned body of the commander of Dionia's Third Fleet, Franio, had been found in the reefs of the coast between Minoa and Agrigento. As the body had decomposed, Leotychides led all the soldiers and fleet sailors to hold a solemn cremation funeral for him in the city of Selinus. Everyone was crying. However, traces of the commander of the Sicilian fleet, Sequirian, had yet to be found. Leotychides once speculated that Sequirian might have fallen into the coast controlled by Carthage's people and was captured. When exchanging prisoners with Carthage's people, he had proposed to exchange more prisoners for Sequirian. Carthage's people did not reply, as the order signed by the Devers agreeing to transfer the Fourth Fleet to Sicily had not yet reached the Ministry of Military Affairs. The former commander of the Fourth Fleet, Stephakes, temporarily took on the responsibility of commanding the entire Sicilian fleet. In fact, there were only a few dozen warships left in the Sicilian fleet. The Dionysian army wreaked havoc on the western land of Sicily, causing Carthage's allies and colonial cities to complain incessantly. They all asked for help from Lille. The morale of the troops in Lille was low, and the military system was in chaos. Pomurca only wanted to protect himself and did not dare to go out of the city to fight the Dionysian army. Chapter 835. It turned out that although the Carthage Senate made a decision to let Brother Mago be the commander of the Sicilian army, the senators led by Hanno refused to allow the Carthage citizens to organize an army to go to Sicily on the grounds that the citizens of Carthage suffered heavy casualties in the last battle. Instead, they suggested that Mago should lead the Iberian army that had not suffered any casualties. Of course, the senators led by Preda Cuba would not agree to this proposal. They strongly called for further investigation of the blame for the failure of the last war, while helping the emissaries of the Allies from Sicily to publicize the tragic experiences of the Phoenicians and Carthage people in Sicily in an attempt to incite the common hatred of the Carthage citizens and push the Senate to pass the proposal that the city of Carthage once again organize an army to go to Sicily. Time slipped away day by day in the dispute between the two sides. Although Mago, who was far away in the southern part of Iberia, was anxious, he still declined the request of the Senate to urge him to send troops immediately on the grounds of gathering troops. After all, it was unacceptable for Mago to consume the military strength of Iberia alone and let Hanno get what he wanted. While the Italian peninsula and Sicily were at war, a major event also happened in Greece. The Sparta king, Cleombrotus, finally led the assembled Sparta allies across the Isthmus of Corinth and entered central Greece. He summoned the various garrisons of Sparta in this area, preparing to conquer the Thebes again and restore Sparta's authority in central Greece. But in the process, the Sparta general Svideles, who was originally stationed in Thespia, was afraid of being blamed by the new Sparta king because he did not send troops to help suppress the Thebes riot. Out of the mentality of atoning for his mistakes, and out of the ambition to gain glory and compete with Phoebidas, he made a plan to attack the port of Piraeus at night. He believed that by seizing Athens as an important trading place, not only could he make up for the loss of the Thebes, but he could even win glory that would not lose to Phoebidas. Although many Greek city-states secretly despised him, the citizens of Sparta still think that Phoebidas's sneak attack on the Thebes was a great achievement. Since the messenger of the new king of Sparta was already on the way, Svideles did not have time to make a more detailed plan. He led his troops and set off at night, heading southeast to the port of Piraeus. However, his troops were not familiar with the terrain, and he underestimated the difficulty of the journey. As a result, it was already dawn before they reached the port. The people of Athens at the port discovered their traces and immediately mobilized for defense. Seeing that the sneak attack had failed, Svideles had to turn back along the way. During the retreat, the army ravaged the territory of Athens in order to get rid of the key. This unprovoked provocation immediately aroused great anger in the people of Athens. Sparta once sent an envoy to accuse two generals of Athens of participating in the Thebes riot. In order to prove their innocence, Athens executed the two generals who acted without authorization. However, the envoy of Sparta did not leave. Instead, he continued to stay in Athens, claiming that he was carrying out the order of the Sparta Council of Elders and would continue to monitor the performance of Athens in the coming days. Now, the angry people of Athens immediately arrested the envoy of Sparta and questioned him angrily. Why did Sparta send troops to invade the territory of Athens and plunder the people of Athens for no reason? The envoy of Sparta, who was puzzled by the anger of the people of Athens, learned about what happened in Piraeus in the morning. In his heart, he cursed Sphidelaus for his audacity. He immediately explained in a loud voice that the plunder was a stupid decision of the Sparta general, and it had nothing to do with the government of Sparta. Moreover, he firmly stated that the Council of Elders of Sparta would quickly put Sphidelaus on trial and give a fair explanation to the people of Athens. The explanation of the envoy of Sparta could not completely appease the anger of the people of Athens. The leader of Athens politics, Thrasybulus, had died in battle a few years ago. However, in Athens, a democratic figure named Callistratus rose to prominence. Callistratus was not only a good orator, but also a very capable politician. He was elected as one of the 10 generals of Athens for several years. Callistratus persuaded the people of Athens, reminding them that if Athens was not ready to go to war with Sparta, then it was better to believe the words of the envoy of Sparta. Although the people of Athens were angry, they also knew the strength of Sparta's military. So, they finally agreed to release the envoy of Sparta. The envoy of Sparta immediately rushed to the residence of the king of Sparta, Cleombrotus, and reported to him what had just happened in Piraeus and the protest of the people of Athens. Only then did Cleombrotus know the stupidity of Sphordelas. In a rage, he immediately arrested Sphordelas and sent him back to Sparta. While Sphordelas was being escorted back to Sparta, the envoy group sent by Athens also arrived in Sparta. This forced the Council of Elders and the prosecutor of Sparta to speed up the trial of the general who disobeyed orders and provoked Athens. Sphordelas seemed to be doomed, but his son had a close relationship with Agesilaus' son, Archidamus, so he urgently asked Archidamus for help. Archidamus did not hesitate to ask his father for mercy for his friend. Agesilaus did not make a promise, but in the course of the trial, Agesilaus spoke for Sphordelas. He said, "Sphordelas is undoubtedly guilty, but we can't put a good man to death. Whether as a child, a young man, or an adult, this brave citizen of Sparta lived a decent life and contributed his strength to Sparta. Sparta needs such a warrior." Agesilaus now had great prestige in Sparta. His speech made some neutral people in the Council of Elders choose to support Sphordelas' innocence. Some of the elders originally felt that the Sparta general should not be punished. They believed that the riot of the Thebes had damaged the prestige of Sparta in Greece, and it was time to restore it with war. If Sparta punished its own general at this time, not only would it dampen the fighting spirit of the citizens of Sparta, but it would also make the other city-states look down on Sparta. In the end, the Council of Elders passed the decision that Sphordelas was not guilty by a majority vote. The prosecutor, who had the right to make the decision, was elected from Sparta. They were younger and more radical, so of course they agreed with the decision. The citizens of Athens were shocked when they heard the verdict of Sparta. In the face of Sparta's accusation, Athens executed 2 of their generals. Now, in the face of Athens' accusation, Sparta easily found the perpetrator not guilty. The arrogance of Sparta completely enraged the citizens of Athens. They strongly demanded that the Athens government retaliate against Sparta. Sparta's action was beyond the expectations of the generals of Athens. Since the signing of the treaty, the generals led by Callistratus and Aristoteles had adopted a neutral policy in view of Sparta's tyranny in Greece. However, they did not stay idle. They continued to establish alliances with many city-states along the coast of Thrace, the Aegean Sea, and Asia Minor. The frequent economic and trade exchanges and diplomatic assistance resulted in the strength of Athens, now exceeding that of before the Corinth War. But now the anger of the citizens made it impossible for Athens to continue to keep a low profile. Although this was not what Callistratus wanted to see, the majority of the citizens firmly supported the declaration of war against Sparta, and Athens finally passed the resolution smoothly. Athens' declaration of war shocked the Greek city-states. Not only did it make the Thebes feel joyful, but it also made Cleombrotus, the king of Sparta, who was preparing to attack the Thebes, uncomfortable. He was afraid that when he attacked the Thebes, the army of Athens would attack from the east, so he became hesitant to attack the Thebes. Camillus decisively led the army out of the city of Rome and marched west to attack Ostia. Of course, the Devers could not let the opponent's plan succeed. He had to send the 1st Legion, Legio IV, Legio VI, and some soldiers of the 5th Legion to the port of Ostia by taking the cargo ships of the Chamber of Commerce, or march along the north bank of the Tiber River to the mouth of the river, and then be ferried by warships to Ostia on the south bank. At this point, about 35,000 soldiers, including the temporary reserves formed by Terrace, were gathered in Ostia to defend the city from the Roman army, which had less than 60,000 soldiers. Since the Devers still had to stay in Rome, he could only appoint Amyntas as the temporary defense commander of Ostia. After careful consideration, he believed that Amyntas, who had rich combat experience and seniority, could make the other legion commanders listen to his command, and he could completely defend the small city. However, in order to prevent him from being impulsive, the Devers strictly ordered him to only defend the city and not leave the city to fight. In addition, the Devers also appointed Clotocatax, who was fighting in Ostia, as Amyntas' personal staff officer. On the surface, it was to let him learn military affairs from Amyntas, but secretly he was given a warrant. Once Amyntas acted on his own, Clotocatax could take out the warrant to remove Amyntas from his position and replace him with Olivers as the commander. This was the first time Clotocatax took on such a heavy responsibility. He gladly accepted the task, which also allowed the Devers to achieve another goal: cleverly keep his son away from the battlefield and protect his safety. Chapter 836. Outside of Ostia, Camillus repeatedly proclaimed that as long as they recaptured this port city, they could negotiate with the Ionia and eventually return to Rome peacefully. The Roman soldiers who were eager to return home were encouraged by this. They attacked Ostia for 2 consecutive days, but were repelled by the Dionysian army. However, corpses were strewn all over the city, and the ground was dyed red. Many parts of the city walls had also collapsed. It was obvious how fierce the battle was. On the 3rd day, the Roman army continued to attack. Meanwhile, in the Senate of Rome, the Devers held a meeting. Other than all the senators in Rome, the Legio III commander Lizu, the staff officers Printos, Tormid, and the diplomat Topyrus also attended the meeting. Everyone, Topyrus has been appointed by me to go to the Etruscan cities on the north bank of the Tiber River, Casrella, Volci, Tarsiona, and Fuflina. I had hoped that these Etruscan city-states that were forced to submit to Rome due to the strong military pressure from Rome would break their alliance with Rome and join forces with us to attack the colony city of Rome on the north bank of the Tiber River. The Devers sighed softly when they said this. Your Majesty, could it be that these Etruscans do not agree? Lazaro asked hurriedly. As the commander of the legion responsible for guarding the bridge of Rome and the new river port on the north bank, if the Etruscan city-states on the north bank could turn to Ionia and attack the colony city of Rome, the enemy's pressure on the north of Rome would no longer exist. The Legio III could then be deployed to other battlefields. This was the reason why Lazaro was so concerned and the first to interrupt. The Devers did not answer directly but looked at Topyrus. Everyone's gaze immediately shifted to the diplomat. He gulped nervously and said, After I received the order from your Majesty, I took a boat to Kesrela first, not only because it was the closest to us, but also because, as far as I know, it was the Etruscan city-state that was the friendliest to the Greeks. As a matter of fact, they did receive me very warmly. But when I mentioned that Dionia was willing to ally with them to fight against Rome, the Kesrela people politely refused. They said, Kesrela has been friendly with Rome for decades. They will not easily abandon this friendship, but they will not participate in this war and become the enemy of Dionia. They also defended the Rome, saying, we have already seized Rome and gained the upper hand. It is best if we can negotiate with Rome at this time. This way we can gain more benefits and ensure that the trade order in this land will not be greatly damaged. They said they will not become our enemy, but the Kesrela people are defending the people of Rome. The governor of Rome assists, said with a frown. The Kesrela people made it very clear that they have been friendly with the people of Rome for decades, but we have never had any contact before. If I were a Kesrela person, of course I would help the people of Rome. Matones said straightforwardly. Nicomachus looked at Topyrus and asked worriedly, since Kesrela, who is the friendliest to the Greeks, is also siding with the people of Rome, I'm afraid the other Etruscan city-states won't support us, right? Topyrus nodded slightly and continued. Then I went to Volci and Tarcona. These two city-states were attacked by Rome and were eventually forced to surrender to Rome. The people of Rome even built a colony in their territory. They expressed interest in His Majesty's proposal, but in the end they had no choice but to say, most of their young and strong citizens are fighting with the army of Rome, so they dare not take any hostile action against Rome, lest they anger the people of Rome and put their citizens in danger. It seems that the people of Rome are still very wary of these Etruscan allies. Andropolis, who came from the intelligence department, sighed when he heard this. Then I went to Phosphoruna. A few months ago, Rome had sent an army to conquer the city-state, but we happened to be at war with Rome at that time. The people of Rome withdrew the army that attacked Phosphoruna. It was equivalent to us saving Phosphoruna. Topyrus continued. But when the council of Phosphoruna met me, they did not seem very enthusiastic. They did not seem to be very interested in our proposal. They told me, if you want to ally with us and declare war on Rome, Phosphoruna cannot make the decision alone. They must discuss with the Etruscan city-state alliance and reach an agreement before they can make the final decision. But before that, they are very willing to establish a friendly relationship with us. But as far as I know, the Etruscan city-state alliance is a loose alliance. It is not very united. In the past few years, when Rome attacked the Etruscan city-states, this alliance did not play a role in uniting all the Etruscan city-states to resist the invasion of Rome. That is why Rome was able to conquer Volci and Tarcona relatively easily. You mean the Phosphoruna are just brushing us off, and they have no intention of forming an alliance with us? Assists interrupted. Topyrus nodded and said, after meeting with the council of Phosphoruna, I asked my translator to bribe the councillor Phosphoruna with money. From them, I learned that although Phosphoruna hates Rome, they are also very wary of outsiders like us. They are more worried about the strength of Dionia. Back then, the Etruscans united with the people of Rome to chase the Celts away, but in the end, the people of Rome led their army to conquer them after a few years. They do not want to make the same mistake again. I'm afraid that they would rather see us and Rome suffer a great loss. That is the best way for them. These Etruscans want the best. Too bad. I think they will only regret it in the future. Matones said loudly, I'm afraid the Phosphoruna are not the only ones who think this way. The other Etruscan city-states have the same idea. Compared to us, they are more willing to trust the people of Rome who have been with them for hundreds of years. Alcibiades, the brother-in-law of the king of Devers, said with a serious expression, since yesterday, many of the trailers and sailors on the cargo ships that were traveling up the Shuar River saw a small group of Etruscan soldiers in the distance at the north bank. Fortunately, we have the protection of the cavalry, so they did not dare to come close. I've also received reports from the cavalry, but I think they are only scouting. They do not dare to have a direct confrontation with us. Leads confirmed the news. Although they haven't fought with us yet, they've already shown their hostility. We have to retaliate, or else these Etruscans will think that we're weak and easy to bully. Matones said hatefully, "Your Majesty." The assists looked at the Devers and said worriedly, "Since the army of Rome is attacking Ostia, the cargo ships from the kingdom can only be hauled by trailers from the north bank of the Tiber River to Rome. If the north bank is also attacked by the Etruscans, the water route to Rome will be cut off. The movement of people, the replenishment of soldiers, the transportation of resources, the supply of military rations, all of these will become more difficult. This is not good for us to govern Rome." The Devers began to tap the table with his fingers as his eyes gradually sharpened. He said in a low voice, "It seems that I have misjudged these Etruscan city-states. I thought that they would be happy to ally with us because of the threat of Rome, but I did not expect them to have other ideas. Since they do not accept our goodwill, then we will deal with them in a different way. We will show them our power and let them know the terrible consequences of going against Ionia. I have decided." The Devers glanced at the people and said in a serious tone, "Send troops to seize Kestra." When the people heard this, some of them were excited and some of them looked troubled. "Your Majesty, will attacking Kestra make the Etruscan city-states completely lean towards Rome?" The assists expressed his concern. "Don't worry, Sir Assists. Just like what your Majesty has said, these Etruscan city-states have their own ideas. Volci and Tarcona were defeated by Rome, and their territories were divided. They have a grudge against the people of Rome. It is only because most of their citizens are in the Roman army that they do not dare to cooperate with us. As for city-states like Phofrina that are further away from Rome, I am afraid that most of them will take a bystander attitude. Only Kestra has a close relationship with Rome, and its location is too close to the banks of the Tiber River. Seizing it will not only protect our shipping routes, but also intimidate the other Etruscan city-states, and it will be beneficial to persuade them to ally with us again." Topyrus analyzed with confidence. "But Kestra is a mountain city, and the mountain it is located on is much higher than the Capitoline mountain here. It will not be easy to take it. The current situation does not allow us to bring too many soldiers to attack. If we fail to take it for a long time, our army will fall into the predicament of fighting on two sides." Tormid reminded solemnly, "Although Kestra is a mountain city, many of its citizens are in the army of Rome's expedition to Helniki. A few days ago, Legio III even captured some of their citizens. In fact, there are not many soldiers in Kestra who can fight now. Your Majesty, I will lead 4 brigades, and we will be able to take Kestra in no time." Epiphanes asked loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, Matones immediately rebuked him. "Epiphanes, your troops haven't even taken Capitoline Mountain in the past few days, and you still want to attack Kestra? Forget it. Your Majesty, let the 2nd Legion carry out this mission." Literature Hall. Chapter 837. "Matones, don't spout nonsense. It's not that we can't take down Capitoline. His Majesty ordered us to besiege it temporarily and forbid us from attacking." Epiphanes scolded angrily. "The situation in Rome is still unstable. If the 2 sirs leave with their armies, what if Rome falls into chaos? Therefore, we, Legio III, can only fight." Lazaru interjected. In order to fight for the opportunity to fight, the commanders started arguing with each other. Tormid saw the Devers frown and tried to stop them. "Sirs, your Majesty, the 2nd Legion, Legio III, and the Reserve Brigade all have important missions and can't be mobilized easily. I'm willing to lead the army and take down Kesrela in a day. At the same time, we can take down Way AI." Matones and the others immediately stopped arguing. Everyone's eyes focused on the speaker. The person who spoke was Printos, who had been sitting quietly at the side. "Printos, now is not the time to brag. We are having an important military meeting." Matones looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot and could not help but mock him. I can swear to Hades in front of your majesty, Printos said seriously. If our army can't be mobilized, how are you going to take down Kesrela and weigh AI? Epitenes looked at him with interest. Are you going to use the mountain brigade? The Devers' voice came from the seat of honor. Yes, your majesty, Printos said respectfully. For the past 2 days, the 3 commanders, Martones, Lazuru, and Epitenes, have been busy with military affairs. I have nothing to do, so I led a team of scouts to secretly explore the environment and terrain around the north bank of the Tiber River. Although Kesrela is located on a mountain, it's not too difficult for the scouts to climb over it. According to my long-term observation, even during the day, there are no sentries on top of the walls of Kesrela, and the defense is relatively lax. Maybe it has something to do with its long-term friendship with Rome, and the fact that it has maintained peace for more than a decade, so the possibility of a successful surprise attack is very high. I remember you were in the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade for a few years, and you even made some achievements. Devers looked at him and said slowly, Yes, your majesty. If that's the case, it seems like you're not boasting. Kesrela City can indeed be climbed. Are you preparing to launch a surprise attack at night? The Devers scanned the crowd and asked thoughtfully, Yes, your majesty. What about Vicky? Are you going to ambush them with the Mountain Recon Brigade? Devers asked. Printos said calmly, Let the people of Rome attack, your majesty. The Devers' eyebrows twitched, and then he squinted his eyes. He understood that the people of Rome that Printos mentioned was the reserve force that had just been formed by the civilians of Rome in the city. It had increased from a few hundred people a few days ago to more than 2,000 people. For this reason, the Devers also promoted a few more capable and loyal civilians of Rome to be Sextus's assistants. Let the civilians of Rome in the city attack Vicky. That's impossible. Martin Ness clearly expressed his objection. The order in the city of Rome is not very good now, and it's caused by the civilians of Rome. Yesterday, a few civilians of Rome attacked the patrol team. It's too risky to let such an unstable reserve force attack Vicky. And according to the report from the scouts, although there are not many Rome soldiers in Vicky, the defense is relatively tight. With more than 2,000 civilians of Rome who have not received formal military training from Daionia, it's impossible to attack Vicky. Master Martin Ness, after interrogation, the arrested people of Rome have been confirmed to be the hangers-on of the nobles of Rome. As the adjutant of the administration of Rome, he was responsible for the order and security in the city, so he was in charge of the patrol office and the court. The small nobles and hangers-on in the city have not been cleaned up yet. Doesn't this mean that the members of the reserve force are very complicated? How can we use them with confidence? Martin Ness replied, unwilling to be outdone. Assists interrupted. In the past 2 days, I have talked to Captain Sextus of the Reserve Force of Rome and several team officers. They said that the soldiers are eager to perform meritorious deeds in order to get more rewards. If we don't dare to use them boldly and still have doubts about them, I'm afraid that their expectations of us will turn into resentment, which is not good for us to govern the city. They dare to take the risk of betraying the army of Rome, escaping here and pledging allegiance to us. I believe that most of them really want to join the kingdom of Daionia, even if a small number of them have ulterior motives. So what? We can expose them through the battle. Even if the siege fails, we have discovered the hidden danger and made the civilians of Rome more loyal. This is a good thing. Master Assists is right. In the long run, our army can't stay in Rome forever. In the future, the main force to fight against the surrounding forces will be the citizen army of Rome, made up of the citizens of Daionia. Why don't we take advantage of the time when our legion is here to train them? Nicomachus also suggested. At this time, Printos further explained, Your Majesty, I'm not asking the reserve force of Rome to attack Veii City. I'm asking them to use their identity to attack Veii City. After listening to Printos, the Devers had a rough idea of what to do. He asked, You want them to pretend to be the reinforcements of Rome. Yes, Your Majesty. Printos explained seriously, we all know that in order to cross from the south bank of the Tiber River to the north bank, in addition to the two bridges in the city of Rome, the Bridge of Rome and the Bridge of the River Island, there is also a bridge in the city of Ferdini upstream. Since the last attack on Veii City failed, they have been locking the city gate. Our cavalry has been patrolling the north bank of the Tiber River for the past 2 days, but we haven't seen any soldiers of Rome entering Veii City through the city of Ferdini upstream. Therefore, Veii City is likely to not know that the civilians of Rome have joined the kingdom of Dionia. We can let the soldiers of Rome who escaped back to Veii City pretend to be their reinforcements and trick them into opening the city gate. Bang! The Devers slammed the table and praised loudly, very good. Printos, your plan is very good. Veii City is on the east side of the north bank of the Tiber River, and Casrella is on the west side of the north bank. If we can take down these two towns at the same time, we can form a triangle with the city of Rome and support each other. We can build a barrier to the north of the city of Rome. In the future, whether it is the Etruscan Roman coalition that attacks from the north, or the Roman Latin coalition that crosses the river from the upper reaches of the Tiber River, they'll have to overcome this barrier first. At that time, the Legio III that you lead, Lazzaro, do not need to be so passive in defense. You can completely free up most of the soldiers to be put into other battlefields. When the Devers said this, Lazzaro's face lit up. I've decided to take Primple's suggestion and let the reserve force of Rome attack Veii City. Your Majesty, who are you going to send to command? Tormid asked. Just like what the Assis said, since these civilians of Rome have joined the Dionia, we have to be bold and use them. Otherwise, they will be no different from the nobles of Rome. I think let Sextus be the commander of the attack on Veii City, the Devers said decisively. Sextus is a good young man from Rome. Ever since he was elected as the officer of the Aventinmo, he has been actively helping us to appease the civilians of Rome who have escaped. The Assists interrupted. For these people of Rome who have sincerely joined our side, we have to be bold and give them more chances. Even if we fail to attack Veii City, at least we have a group of tested and loyal civilians of Rome. The Devers' words were agreed with by the Assists and the other administrative elders. But we must seize Casrella, and we must seize it in the shortest time possible. The Devers' tone suddenly turned tough. He said, the Rome army led by Camillus is continuously attacking Ostia without caring about the casualties. Yesterday, the Clippers reported that most of the trenches outside Ostia have been filled up, and many parts of the city walls have collapsed. Soon, we will no longer have the geographical advantage, and we will have to fight the people of Rome head-on. We have the initiative in the war. There is no need for us to fight a mad dog that is about to die and increase the casualties of our soldiers. So, we do not have to defend Ostia. As long as we seize Casrella, we can use its port as a transit station to connect to the port of the river in Rome. Although it is further away from Ostia, the sea trade in Casrella is prosperous. Its port must be bigger and more complete than Ostia, and it will not be threatened by the people of Rome. So, the Devers looked at the advisor that he thought highly of. He raised his right fist and waved it. Printos, you will be in charge of the plan to attack Casrella. If you have any needs, just tell us. We will try our best to solve them, but I hope you can do it as soon as possible. No, seize it within 2 days. Can you do it? Printos thought for a moment, then said in a firm tone, Your Majesty, I am willing to accept this task. His words made Metones, Lazzaro, and Epicthenes look at him with admiration. Tormid looked at him with a complicated expression. The Devers had given him 2 days, but according to Printos's plan, there was only 1 night left. Could he make it in time? Even they, who had been on the battlefield for a long time, could not guarantee it. Very well. I will wait for the news of your victory. The Devers smiled. He readily agreed to Printo's request to leave the meeting and make preparations. He watched him leave with an appreciative gaze. At this time, Tormid asked, Your Majesty, are you going to evacuate the troops in Ostia after capturing Casrella? Literature Hall, Chapter 838. It's not just the troops. I want to withdraw all the people and supplies from Ostia and leave an empty city for the people of Rome. The Devers said with a sinister look in their eyes. Now the Rome army is constantly sending civilian soldiers back to Rome. The number has reached as high as 4,000 people. But Camillus is still leading the army to attack Ostia endlessly because he thinks Ostia is very important to us. We want to use facts to tell these people of Rome that this is just their fantasy. After their fantasy is shattered, I want to know if they can continue to fight after losing their homes, suffering a lot of casualties and running out of provisions. The Devers' words made everyone present think. To Pyrrhus. The Devers looked at the diplomat and continued, We can't just bear the attack of Rome alone. We have to let our allies move as well. You go to Wolsey and Helniki and tell them that Rome has been captured by us. We are attracting the main forces of Rome. They can take the opportunity to attack Rome's defenseless areas and take back their territory. Yes, Your Majesty. And the Latian city-states, decades ago, they were enemies with Rome. I don't believe that they are as close as brothers with Rome now. I heard that a few years ago, the Latin city-state of Tuxteren was rumored to betray Rome and was almost annihilated by Rome. You go back and do some research. See if you can get a few Latin city-states to join us. I can promise that as long as they are willing to become an ally of Dionia, our army will not offend them and will protect their safety, just like how we treat Campania and Wolsey. Yes, Your Majesty, I will do my best to complete the task you gave me. Topyrus replied excitedly. He thought that this time he was useful. After the meeting was over, the crowd dispersed. The Devers called several Rome reserve commanders headed by Sextus and announced the order to attack Vic Ai. Compared to his more excited colleagues, Sextus, who was appointed as the commander, was also a little excited. However, he still mustered up the courage to ask, Your Majesty, after we capture Vic Ai, how will we deal with the people in the city? The same as in Rome. The Devers' answer made Sextus feel relieved. Since the civilians in Vic Ai had migrated from Rome, Sextus knew a lot of them, so he was actually very confident in the Devers' plan. Of course, he did not forget the Devers' reminder. After walking out of the Senate and gathering the Rome civilian soldiers, Sextus had already roughly conceived the attack plan. He would select 120 Rome civilian soldiers who were most trustworthy and familiar with the people in Vic Ai to form a platoon. They would act as the vanguard to deceive the city gate. He would personally lead 2,000 soldiers to follow behind and firmly prevent anyone from leaving the platoon. Once he saw the vanguard in front of him occupy the city gate, he would immediately lead the army to launch a surprise attack. This was the most likely way to avoid the risk of someone snitching and causing the operation to fail. Printos was the opposite of Sextus. He did not have to worry about the soldiers because he had served in the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade since the beginning. Why? Zam thought highly of him and once said that he was the pride of the brigade. Therefore, when he learned that Printos had an important combat mission for the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade, he was very happy. He actively cooperated with Printos' command and worked together to perfect the plan for the night attack on Cascarella. Printos was worried about two things. First, the attack could only be carried out at night. However, Cascarella was more than 60 miles away from Rome. They had to set off now to get there in the evening. However, the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade, who had exhausted a lot of energy, did not have the strength to climb the steep mountains. This became a problem. Fortunately, they could still take the water route, which was fast and easy. Therefore, Printos decided to let the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade take the cargo ships docked at the new port of Rome in batches. They would first arrive at the port of Ostia. In the evening, the ships would transport them to the coast near the city of Cascarella. Secondly, how to climb the mountains and the walls of Cascarella in the dark. This might be a big problem for the Legion of Dionysia, but it was not too big of a problem for the soldiers of the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade. When the Devers established this brigade, they hoped that they would not only play a role in the war, but also play a role in special operations. Therefore, ZAM usually formulated training programs according to this need and strictly trained the soldiers. In addition, the first word in the name of their brigade was mountain. Climbing mountains was the focus of their training program. Of course, it also included climbing in the dark. The meticulous printos had also drawn a topographic map of the surroundings of Cascarella during the previous investigation. Why? ZAM called in the scouts who were the best at climbing. Everyone compared the map and discussed how to climb the city of Cascarella. When the plan was finalized, ZAM immediately ordered the soldiers to prepare materials and tools. After noon, the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade came to the new port of Rome in high spirits and was ready to board the ship. In the morning, Amyntas was woken up by the guards. The first thing he asked was, "Rome has started to attack again." "Commander, there is no messenger to report the enemy's attack. It's already morning and breakfast is ready." "No attack." Amyntas was surprised. In the past few days, the Rome had started to attack the city at dawn and fought until dusk. Their fierce attack made Amyntas feel a little scared. He rubbed his unshaven face with his hand. He had been worried about the war for the past few days and did not get enough sleep. He always felt a little sleepy, but the words of the guards made him feel a little relieved. While eating breakfast, he was still thinking. The Rome did not launch an attack at this time as usual. Is it because they can no longer support an attack of this intensity? Not long after breakfast, Amyntas decided to hold a military meeting in his rare free time. Olaphus, the commander of the 4th Legion, Georgius, the commander of the 5th Legion, and Tellus, the governor of Ostia. Tellus was previously the military governor of Ostia, so he had the right to participate in the military council, along with Aristolus, Amyntas' adjutant, and Crotocatax, his personal staff officer, also attended the meeting. The first thing to start the meeting was to report the casualties of the various units yesterday. Because it was already evening when the battle ended yesterday, the soldiers were tired and the sky was dark. It was impossible to accurately calculate the casualties, so the meeting was postponed until today. Aristolos, the adjutant of the 1st Legion, held the data that had just been collected from the various legions. He stood up and said, "Yesterday, the 1st Legion lost 293 people and 537 people were injured. Legio 4 lost 558 people and 722 people were injured. The 5th Legion lost 536 people and 891 people were injured. The Ostia Reserve Brigade lost 1,021 people and 537 people were injured. The soldiers of the Reserve Brigade of the 3 Turiae legions were transferred to the official legions and added to the 3 legions." In the hall, whether it was the military officers or Crotocatax, their expressions were very heavy. This was because these cold numbers represented the lives of many people. Yesterday, our casualties reached 5,000 people, which is more than the total number of casualties of the previous 2 days. Amyntas heard this and pounded his fist on the back of the chair with a painful expression. Crotocatax looked at the angry Amyntas and thought about the tragic battle that he had seen in the past few days. He couldn't help but feel sad. He even felt that the task that his father gave him was a bit redundant. Under the fierce attack of the Rome, even the defense of the city was a bit difficult. How could they have the ability to go out and fight in the field? He saw that the usually witty Olivers said with a lingering fear, "The reason why yesterday's casualties were so high was because the Rome had built a barricade that was 1 meter higher than our city walls. They placed a large number of light infantry on the barricade and used javelins and arrows to attack the ballistas on the city walls. This forced our ballistas to move down the city walls. After that, the Rome pushed their ballistas to the front of the city and bombarded it, causing several sections of the city walls to collapse. This further weakened our advantage of relying on the city walls to defend. Moreover, They had the advantage of numbers and continued to attack wave after wave. Hades above. This time I really saw that the Rome's small square formation tactic was similar to ours. Therefore, when they fought with our soldiers at the gaps, their formation was almost unaffected by the terrain. Moreover, the Rome soldiers' bravery did not lose to our soldiers. In fact, their desire to fight was even stronger. I personally saw several Rome soldiers holding on to our soldiers' legs after being stabbed, providing opportunities for the soldiers next to them. Therefore, I felt a little lucky that they were able to break through the gaps in the city walls and finally defeat them. What luck! That's because our soldiers were stronger in the chaotic battle. Their short swords also played a strong role in killing. Olivers, as a Legion commander, you're the role model of the Legion soldiers. You must always be brave and confident. Only then will your soldiers be confident in victory. Amyntas immediately reprimanded. His tone was just like how a platoon leader would reprimand a small mercenary like Oliphus 20 years ago. Olivers was stunned for a moment, then he immediately came to his senses and apologized. "I'm sorry, everyone. I lost my composure just now. Over the years, the Legion has been used to winning battles. This is the first time we have encountered such a brave, organized, and skillful enemy. We have lost a lot of brothers. It seems that His Majesty is right. The Rome people are indeed a strong enemy. We should abandon the illusion of an easy victory and go all out to defeat this enemy." The mobile version is updated the fastest. Chapter 839. We should fight with all our strength, but we shouldn't overestimate the Rome army. Amyntas said confidently, "We suffered a lot of losses yesterday. Logically speaking, the Rome army should continue to attack today to gain more advantages. But it's almost noon now. Why didn't the Rome army attack again?" Amyntas raised his head and looked at the crowd. He said loudly, "I'm sure the Rome army suffered more losses because they attacked the city. The Rome army, which has more than 60,000 soldiers and has been attacking for 3 days in a row, can't organize another attack today. They are afraid." Commander is right. Terrace took over the conversation and said, "According to the news from Rome, Rome's civilians and soldiers have been fleeing from the camp in front of Rome for the past 2 days. Moreover, the Rome army is not only made up of Rome soldiers, but also the Latin and Etrurian armies. The Rome army may not care about casualties, but can their allies bear such a large number of casualties? Master Terrace is right." Amyntas hit the back of the chair with his hand again and said loudly, "The Rome army soldiers come from many different sources. They are not as united as our Legion. As long as we can repel their attacks a few more times, I'm afraid the enemy will collapse. Then it will be our time to attack. So you must encourage your soldiers to continue to defend. Don't let your guard down. Victory will belong to us in the end." After hearing this, Clotocatax turned to look at Amyntas again. Although his father had told him in private that Amyntas was too brave in battle and didn't consider problems carefully and comprehensively enough, causing the army to suffer too many casualties during battles, making him unsuitable to be the commander-in-chief of the army. Clotocatax felt that Amyntas was not afraid of failure and was always full of vigor. He could inspire the fighting spirit of the officers and soldiers under his command and play the role of a mainstay at the critical moment. Everyone, before the enemy attacks today, organize the soldiers and the people in the city to hurry up and try to plug the gap. If it can't be blocked, set up traps near the gap. Amyntas instructed. Finally, he asked, "Do you have anything else to add?" Georges immediately said, "Lord Commander, I met Lord Stesicodes on my way here. He asked me to tell you that there are too many wounded people in the medical camp and there are not enough herbs. Such an important matter. Lord Stesicodes should have told me directly." Amyntas grumbled, but he had completely forgotten that he had never called anyone from the medical camp to attend the military conference these past few days. He had been fighting on the city wall the rest of the time. So how could Stesicodes have seen him? Clotocatax blinked. Through these few days of contact, he realized that this might be one of Aminta's biggest weaknesses. He was too arbitrary. It was no wonder that his father was a little worried about him. Georges hesitated for a moment and said, "Lord Stesichotus has been busy treating the wounded for the past 2 days. I'm afraid he doesn't have the time." Terrace immediately said, "In a while I will send someone to the port to inform the men of Agamus, the big herb merchant of Turii, to see if they have any stored herbs. If not, ask them to transport them from the kingdom as soon as possible." "Well, I'll leave this matter to you," Amintas said straightforwardly, then looked at the others and said, "Are there any other questions? If not, hurry up and carry out your own tasks." As soon as he finished speaking, a guard hurried into the hall and said, reporting to the commander, His Majesty the King has sent a messenger, saying that he has an urgent military order to convey. Amintas was stunned and quickly said, "Quick, let him in." After a while, the messenger walked into the hall, and Clodocatax recognized him as his father's young staff officer, Aesonaris. Aesonaris quickly glanced at the people in the hall, then looked at Amintas and said respectfully, "Commander Amintas, commanders and lords, I have come to Ostia under the order of His Majesty the Devers to convey his latest order." As he said this, he held up the papyrus scroll tied with black thread with both hands and presented it to Amintas. Amintas opened the papyrus scroll. At first, he looked happy, then his expression became solemn. He looked straight at Aesonaris and said with a hint of anger in his voice, "Are you sure this is the order written by His Majesty the King himself, and not the idea of the general staff?" Aesonaris said in a tone that was neither humble nor arrogant, "Lord Commander, don't tell me you don't recognize His Majesty's handwriting and seal. Besides, His Majesty is personally leading the army. How dare we, the general staff, issue an order privately? What the hell is going on?" Oliver saw that the atmosphere was not right, so he quickly interrupted. "His Majesty wants us to evacuate Ostia." Amintas hit the back of the chair again. Everyone was surprised. After all, the soldiers had fought for 3 days and paid a lot of casualties to barely defend Ostia. It was hard for anyone to accept that they had to give it up. Therefore, even Georges asked, "Does His Majesty think that we can't defend Ostia?" Lord Commander did not explain the original intention of His Majesty's order. Aesonaris glanced at Amintas and explained seriously, "Yesterday we have captured Kestra and Weii. The port of Kestra is not far from the mouth of the Tiber River, and it can accommodate more ships. In view of the fact that the Rome army has continuously attacked Ostia, causing our army to suffer more casualties, in order to ensure that we have enough troops in the next battle, and that there is no need to fight an army that has lost its home and has no hope, His Majesty, Devers, has decided, please note, not to." Aesonaris secretly scolded Amintas, then said in a serious tone, "The soldiers of the 3 legions will quickly retreat to the north bank of the Tiber River, and then return to Rome by land. The other troops, as well as all the people, materials, and prisoners of Ostia, will all be transferred to Kestra. If possible, we will completely burn Ostia to completely cut off the possibility of the Rome army using the port of Ostia, and strike a blow to their morale. Lord Terrace is in charge of the evacuation of the entire city. Everyone must listen to his orders. After arriving at Kestra, Lord Terrace will take over as the governor of Kestra City. This is the entire content of the order. Please follow His Majesty's order and execute it immediately." While Aesonaris was speaking, Olivers and the others were already passing the order of the Devers. "Indeed, His Majesty's order says so." Olivers said loudly, "That's good. Our soldiers can reduce unnecessary casualties." Georges looked happy. In the past few days, due to the continuous siege by the Rome army, the arrival of the legions, and Amintas as the commander, the whole city revolved around the war. Terrace was more like a general under Amintas, and he was ordered around. He was even criticized by Amintas because his soldiers were incompetent. As the governor of this small city, it was impossible to say that Terrace did not have any grievances. However, the shrewd Terrace would not show the joy of regaining power at this time. So he remained silent, but his mind was thinking about how to evacuate as soon as possible without being discovered by the enemy. Although Amyntas admitted that the Rome army's attack had caused a lot of casualties, he was unwilling to retreat without winning. It was like admitting defeat before the battle. Clotocatax saw Amyntas' hands on the back of the chair, staring at Aeneas without saying a word. He looked like a ferocious beast that was ready to pounce on him at any time. Clotocatax subconsciously reached out and touched the secret order that his father gave him. Only now did he realize that these senior generals, who usually smiled at him, were not as obedient as he thought they were at certain critical moments. However, he was confident in his father's prestige. "Commander, we should execute His Majesty's order immediately," Olivers suddenly said loudly. Georges also added, "Yes, we should take advantage of the time when the Rome army has not attacked to quickly prepare for evacuation." The two commander statements made Amyntas look away. He looked at Olivers and Georges. After a while he said bleakly, "Then let Sir Terrace be in charge of the evacuation arrangements." After that he stood up and walked out of the hall. The rest of them looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. If one day he could lead the army into battle, how could he make these generals obey his orders? Crotto and Catax were silently thinking. Camillus came out of the camp where the wounded were treated with a heavy heart. The tragic scene of the camp full of struggling, wounded people was still lingering in his mind. Their painful moans gripped his heart tightly, causing him to be in a trance. "Father, be careful." Lucius grabbed Camillus, who almost fell. "Lucius, do you think I was wrong to insist on attacking Ostia?" Camillus murmured in a low voice while holding his son's shoulder. "Father, if we don't attack Ostia, are we going to attack Rome?" "Father, don't think too much. Titus, Aulus, and Quintus all agree with your plan. In such a difficult situation, we can only force the Daionia to negotiate peace with us by constantly killing and injuring the soldiers of Daionia and seizing Ostia." Lucius said in a deep voice, "In the past few days, there have been 20,000 casualties." Camillus let out a long sigh. He had always cherished the lives of his soldiers. He had always been good at fighting smart battles and had a low casualty rate. This time, the casualties were the result of his plan. He could not help but blame himself deeply in his heart. Mobile version of the fastest updated website, M.